Picture this moment. You walk into your living room after a long day. You grab your remote control. You press a button. Within seconds, thousands of movies and TV shows appear on your screen. You choose what you want to watch. No driving to a store. No late fees. No wondering if your favorite movie is available. This is your world today. This simple act that you take for granted represents one of the most remarkable business transformations in modern history. Behind that effortless click lies a story of vision, risk, and relentless innovation. This is the story of Netflix. Netflix changed everything about how we watch entertainment. Before Netflix, watching a movie meant planning ahead. It meant driving to a video store. It meant hoping your chosen movie was still on the shelf. It meant returning the movie on time or paying penalty fees. Today, entertainment flows to you instantly. You watch what you want, when you want, wherever you are. But Netflix did more than just make movie watching convenient. The company completely transformed an entire industry. They turned movie studios into their partners and competitors at the same time. They made television shows as prestigious as Hollywood movies. They proved that people would pay monthly subscriptions for unlimited entertainment. They showed the world that data could predict what stories people wanted to hear. The central question that drives this entire story is both simple and profound. How did a small company that mailed DVDs to people become the most powerful entertainment company in the world? How did Netflix grow from a startup with a simple idea into a global empire worth more than $200 billion? This transformation did not happen overnight. It was not the result of luck or accident. Netflix succeeded because its leaders made a series of bold decisions that seemed crazy at the time. They bet everything on technologies that barely existed. They spent billions of dollars on TV shows when everyone said they were just a delivery company. They expanded around the world when their home market was not even fully conquered. The Netflix story reveals fundamental truths about how business works in our modern world. It shows us what happens when companies truly listen to their customers instead of protecting old ways of doing things. It demonstrates the power of being willing to destroy your own successful business model before someone else does it for you. It proves that sometimes the biggest risks lead to the biggest rewards. Understanding Netflix matters for reasons that go far beyond entertainment. Every industry today faces the same basic challenge that Netflix mastered. How do you adapt when technology changes everything? How do you serve customers who expect more convenience, more choice, and lower prices? How do you compete when new companies can appear from nowhere and threaten everything you have built? These questions touch every part of our economy. Traditional taxi companies faced them when Uber arrived. Hotels confronted them when Airbnb emerged. Banks are dealing with them as digital payment systems grow. Retailers wrestled with them as Amazon expanded. The Netflix playbook offers lessons for anyone trying to navigate change in their own field. The stakes of getting this right could not be higher. Companies that adapt to new realities thrive and grow. Those that resist change often disappear entirely. The video rental industry that once employed hundreds of thousands of people and generated billions in revenue vanished in just a few years. Meanwhile, Netflix grew from zero to employing over 11,000 people worldwide. But the Netflix story is about more than business strategy. It reveals how quickly our daily lives can change when the right innovations come together. 25 years ago, most people had never heard of the internet. Today, streaming video accounts for more than half of all internet traffic during peak hours. Netflix alone is responsible for 15% of global internet usage. This transformation happened because Netflix leaders understood something that their competitors missed. They realized that people did not really want to rent movies. People wanted to be entertained. The DVD was never the product. Entertainment was the product. The DVD was just the delivery method. When a better delivery method became possible, Netflix was ready to embrace it. This insight seems obvious now, but it was revolutionary at the time. Most video rental companies saw themselves as retailers. They thought their job was to manage inventory and collect rental fees. Netflix saw themselves as an entertainment service. They thought their job was to help people find shows and movies they would love. That difference in perspective changed everything. It led Netflix to invest in recommendation systems that helped people discover new content. It pushed them to experiment with unlimited rental plans when competitors charged per movie. It motivated them to create original programming when they could have just licensed existing shows. The financial results of these decisions speak for themselves. Netflix stock has increased by more than 60,000% since the company went public in 2002. Early investors who bought $1,000 worth of Netflix stock would own shares worth over $600,000 today. The company generates over $30 billion in annual revenue and operates in more than 190 countries. But numbers alone do not capture the full impact of what Netflix accomplished. They fundamentally changed how stories are told and consumed around the world. Netflix proved that audiences would embrace shows from different countries if the stories were compelling enough. Korean series became global phenomena. Spanish-language shows attracted viewers who do not speak Spanish. Local stories found worldwide audiences. This cultural influence extends beyond entertainment. Netflix changed how we think about choice and convenience in every part of our lives. Once people experienced the ability to watch anything instantly, they began expecting the same immediacy from their banking, shopping, and communication. Netflix raised the bar for customer experience across all industries. The company also pioneered new approaches to using data that have been copied by businesses everywhere. Netflix analyzes viewing patterns to decide which shows to produce. They test different versions of artwork to see which images make people more likely to watch. They even customize the order in which they show content recommendations to different users. This data-driven approach to decision-making has become standard practice across the technology industry. Yet for all their success, Netflix faces new challenges that test whether their winning formula can continue working. The streaming market that they created has become crowded with competitors. Every major media company now offers their own streaming service. Content costs have skyrocketed as everyone bids for the same popular shows and movies. Subscribers are becoming more selective about how many services they are willing to pay for each month. These new pressures mean that the Netflix story is far from over. The decisions they make in the coming years will determine whether they can maintain their position as the leader in streaming entertainment. Will they continue to grow by expanding into new countries and creating more original content? Can they find new ways to differentiate their service as competition intensifies? How will they adapt as technology continues to evolve? The answers to these questions will write the next chapter of the Netflix story. But the chapters that have already been written offer timeless lessons about innovation, leadership, and the courage to challenge established ways of doing things. This is a story about seeing possibilities that others miss. It is about having the conviction to pursue those possibilities even when the path forward is uncertain. Most importantly, this is a story about putting customers first in everything you do. Netflix succeeded because they never forgot that their ultimate goal was to make people happy. Every technical innovation, every business decision, and every creative risk was evaluated through that simple lens. Does this make the experience better for our customers? That customer focus guided Netflix through multiple transformations. It helped them transition from DVDs to streaming. It supported their expansion from licensing content to creating original shows. It enabled their growth from a domestic company to a global platform. At each step, they asked themselves what would serve their customers better, rather than what would be easier for their business. This willingness to prioritize long-term customer satisfaction over short-term profits set Netflix apart from competitors who were more concerned with protecting existing revenue streams. While other companies tried to preserve old business models that were becoming obsolete, Netflix embraced change as an opportunity to serve customers better. The result is a company that has survived and thrived through multiple waves of technological disruption. They have shown that it is possible to reinvent yourself completely while staying true to your core mission. They proved that taking big risks can lead to even bigger rewards when those risks are grounded in genuine customer insights. Understanding how Netflix achieved all of this requires looking back at where their journey began. The late 1990s were a very different time for entertainment and technology. The internet was still new for most people. Streaming video seemed like science fiction. The entertainment industry was dominated by a few powerful companies that controlled how content reached consumers. Into this environment stepped Netflix with a simple but radical idea. What if people could rent movies through the mail instead of driving to a store? What seemed like a small convenience improvement became the foundation for transforming an entire industry. But to understand how that transformation happened, we need to go back to the beginning and see the world as it existed before Netflix changed it forever. The year was 1997. Bill Clinton was president. Princess Diana died in a car crash that shocked the world. The movie Titanic was breaking box office records. Most people had never sent an email. The idea of watching a movie on your computer seemed impossible. This was the world into which Netflix was born. To understand how revolutionary Netflix became, you need to picture how different life was just 25 years ago. Entertainment was something that happened at specific times and places. You watched TV shows when they aired or you missed them. You went to movie theaters to see new releases. You drove to video stores to rent movies for home viewing. The video rental industry ruled home entertainment. At its peak, Americans made over 4 billion video rental transactions each year. This industry employed hundreds of thousands of people and generated billions in revenue. Video stores were as common as gas stations in most neighborhoods. Friday nights meant driving to Blockbuster and hoping your movie was available. Blockbuster Video dominated this landscape like a giant. The company operated over 9,000 stores worldwide. Their blue and yellow signs were instantly recognizable symbols of entertainment. Walking into a Blockbuster meant being surrounded by thousands of movies and video games. The smell of popcorn mixed with plastic cases. The sound of customers debating which movie to choose filled the aisles. But Blockbuster was more than just a store. It was a cultural institution. Families made weekend trips to browse new releases together. Couples spent date nights wandering the aisles looking for the perfect movie. Children begged parents to rent the latest Disney cartoon. The phrase "be kind, rewind" became part of everyday language. The Blockbuster experience followed a predictable pattern. You would arrive at the store hoping your chosen movie was available. New releases were always in high demand. Popular movies disappeared from shelves quickly, especially on weekends. If your first choice was gone, you would wander the aisles looking for backup options. Sometimes you would leave empty-handed, frustrated but resigned to trying again later. When you did find a movie you wanted, the transaction was straightforward but came with strings attached. You paid a rental fee, usually around $3 to $5. You promised to return the movie within a specific time frame, typically 1 to 3 days. If you returned it late, you paid additional fees that could exceed the original rental cost. These late fees generated over 15% of Blockbuster revenue. The late fee system created a constant source of tension between stores and customers. People forgot to return movies on time. They got busy with work or family obligations. They procrastinated because returning a movie felt like a chore. When they finally brought the movie back, they faced penalty charges that felt punitive and unfair. This system worked well for video stores, but created ongoing frustration for customers. The threat of late fees made renting movies feel risky. People had to plan their viewing carefully to avoid penalties. Some customers stopped renting movies altogether, rather than deal with the hassle of return deadlines. Behind this customer experience was a complex business model built on scarcity and control. Video stores had to purchase physical copies of every movie they wanted to rent. New releases cost stores $60 to $90 per copy. Popular movies required multiple copies to meet demand. This meant stores had to invest heavily in inventory while guessing which movies customers would want. The technology that enabled home video rental was primitive by today's standards. VHS tapes were bulky plastic rectangles that contained magnetic tape. The picture quality was mediocre and degraded with repeated use. Tapes could break if handled roughly. Fast-forwarding and rewinding meant waiting several minutes to reach different parts of the movie. DVDs represented a major improvement when they arrived in 1997. These shiny discs offered better picture quality and digital sound. They allowed instant access to any part of the movie. They included bonus features like director commentary and behind-the-scenes footage. DVDs were smaller and more durable than VHS tapes. But even DVDs had significant limitations compared to what we expect today. Each disc could only hold a few hours of content. Television seasons required multiple discs sold separately. Special features took up space that could have been used for the main content. Scratches could make discs unplayable. Players were expensive and sometimes incompatible with certain disc formats. The broader entertainment landscape of the late 1990s was controlled by a small number of large companies. 6 major movie studios produced most theatrical releases. 3 television networks dominated broadcast viewing. Cable companies controlled access to premium channels. Music labels determined which artists reached mainstream audiences. This concentration of power meant that consumers had limited choices about what content they could access and when they could access it. Movie studios decided when films would be released to video. Television networks determined show schedules. Cable companies bundled channels into expensive packages. The entertainment industry operated on the assumption that scarcity created value. Meanwhile, a technological revolution was beginning to transform how people communicated and accessed information. The internet was expanding rapidly from universities and research institutions into homes and businesses. Email was becoming common among early adopters. The World Wide Web was making information searchable and linkable for the first time. This period is remembered as the dot-com boom. Entrepreneurs were starting internet companies at an unprecedented rate. Investors were pouring money into any business plan that included the word online. Stock prices for technology companies soared to levels that seemed impossible to sustain. The conventional wisdom was that the internet would change everything, even though nobody knew exactly how. The atmosphere of innovation and experimentation created opportunities for new approaches to old problems. Traditional industries that had operated the same way for decades suddenly faced challenges from internet startups. Established companies were slow to recognize these threats because the new competitors seemed so different from existing rivals. This context explains why the video rental industry was vulnerable to disruption despite its apparent success. Blockbuster and its competitors had built their businesses around the limitations of physical media and geographical proximity. Customers accepted inconveniences like driving to stores and paying late fees because they had no alternatives. But what if those limitations could be overcome? What if customers could access movies without leaving their homes? What if rental periods could be flexible instead of rigid? What if selection could be unlimited instead of constrained by shelf space? These questions seemed theoretical in 1997, but they would soon become practical challenges. The companies that would answer these questions were being founded in garages and spare bedrooms across Silicon Valley. 2 software engineers named Reed Hastings and Mark Randolph were about to start a company that would transform entertainment forever. They did not set out to destroy Blockbuster or revolutionize television. They simply wanted to solve a problem that annoyed them personally. Reed Hastings had recently paid a $40 late fee for returning Apollo 13 6 weeks after the due date. This experience frustrated him because the penalty felt disproportionate to his mistake. He began thinking about whether there might be a better way to rent movies that would eliminate late fees entirely. Around the same time, Mark Randolph was commuting to work and brainstorming internet business ideas. The dot-com boom was creating opportunities for entrepreneurs who could figure out how to sell products online. He was considering various possibilities when he learned about a new technology called DVD that would soon replace VHS tapes. DVDs were smaller and lighter than VHS tapes. This meant they could be shipped through the mail more easily and cheaply. What if customers could rent DVDs online and receive them through postal delivery? This would eliminate the need to drive to video stores while providing access to much larger selections of movies. The idea seemed simple but revolutionary. Instead of maintaining thousands of physical store locations, a company could operate from a few large warehouses. Instead of limiting selection to what could fit on store shelves, they could stock copies of almost every movie ever made. Instead of charging late fees, they could use subscription models that gave customers unlimited time to watch their rentals. This concept would become Netflix. But in 1997, it was just an untested theory discussed between two friends during car rides. Nobody knew whether customers would be willing to wait for movies to arrive by mail. The technology for processing online orders and managing inventory was still being developed. The DVD format was so new that most consumers had never heard of it. The entertainment establishment had no reason to worry about two guys with an internet business plan. Blockbuster was generating billions in revenue and expanding internationally. The video rental industry was growing steadily as more people bought DVD players. The idea that customers would abandon the instant gratification of store visits for the uncertainty of mail delivery seemed absurd. This skepticism was understandable given the entertainment consumption patterns of the time. People were accustomed to making entertainment decisions impulsively. They would decide to watch a movie and want to start watching immediately. The concept of planning entertainment several days in advance went against established consumer behavior. But the founders of Netflix understood something that established players missed. They realized that convenience had many definitions. Yes, being able to walk out of a store with a movie immediately was convenient. But so was never having to drive to a store in the first place. So was never worrying about late fees. So was having access to movies that small stores could never afford to stock. The question was whether enough customers would value these different types of convenience to support a new business model. The answer would determine not just the fate of Netflix, but the future of entertainment itself. The stage was set for one of the most dramatic business transformations in modern history. The old world of entertainment was about to collide with the new possibilities of internet technology. Established companies with billions in revenue and thousands of employees would compete against startups with big ideas and limited resources. Customers who had accepted the limitations of physical media for decades would discover new ways to access unlimited entertainment. This collision would ultimately benefit consumers in ways that nobody could have predicted in 1997. But it would also destroy entire industries and force massive changes in how content creators, distributors, and audiences interacted with each other. The Netflix story begins at this moment of maximum possibility and uncertainty, when the future of entertainment was about to be rewritten completely. To understand how Netflix achieved the impossible, we need to learn the language of business transformation. Think of these concepts as tools in a toolbox. Each tool serves a specific purpose in building something new. Netflix used all of these tools at different times in their journey from startup to global powerhouse. The most important concept in the Netflix story is called disruption theory. This idea was developed by a Harvard professor named Clayton Christensen. He studied why successful companies sometimes fail even when they seem to be doing everything right. His research revealed a pattern that happens over and over in different industries. Disruption begins when a new company creates a product that seems inferior to existing options. The new product usually costs less but does fewer things. Established companies ignore this new competitor because their existing customers do not want the inferior product. The new company focuses on customers who have been ignored by established players. Over time, the new product gets better while staying cheaper. Eventually, it becomes good enough to satisfy mainstream customers. When this happens, the new company can steal customers from established competitors. The established companies often collapse because they built their entire business around the old way of doing things. Netflix followed this exact pattern in their competition with Blockbuster. Netflix started by offering a service that seemed worse in many ways. You had to wait for movies to arrive by mail instead of getting them immediately. You could not browse physical boxes to see movie covers and read descriptions. You had to plan your entertainment days in advance instead of making spontaneous choices. But Netflix was better in ways that mattered to certain customers. You never had to drive to a store. You never paid late fees. You could keep movies as long as you wanted. You had access to titles that small stores never stocked. These advantages appealed to customers who valued convenience over immediacy. As Netflix improved their service, they attracted more mainstream customers who had been frustrated with traditional video rental. Meanwhile, Blockbuster kept focusing on their most profitable customers who rented new releases frequently. By the time Blockbuster realized the threat, Netflix had become too strong to stop. The second crucial concept is the subscription model. This approach to pricing has become so common that we barely think about it anymore. You probably pay subscriptions for your phone service, internet access, streaming services, and software applications. But subscription pricing was revolutionary when Netflix adopted it for entertainment. Traditional video rental worked on a transaction basis. You paid each time you rented a movie. The more movies you rented, the more money you spent. This created a natural limit on how much customers would use the service. People thought carefully before renting because each choice cost money. Netflix changed this dynamic with unlimited rental subscriptions. For a flat monthly fee, customers could rent as many movies as they wanted. This removed the psychological barrier that prevented people from trying new movies. If you rented a movie and did not like it, you had not wasted money because you had already paid for unlimited access. The subscription model created powerful benefits for both Netflix and their customers. Customers got predictable entertainment costs and unlimited access to movies. Netflix got predictable monthly revenue and detailed data about viewing preferences. They could plan their business around steady income instead of guessing whether people would rent movies each month. Subscriptions also changed customer behavior in subtle but important ways. When people pay per transaction, they want to maximize the value of each purchase. They choose movies carefully and feel pressure to finish watching even if they are not enjoying the experience. When people pay subscriptions, they feel free to experiment with different types of content. This behavioral change helped Netflix in their competition with traditional video stores. Customers who might have been hesitant to try foreign films or documentaries in a paper rental system were willing to explore these genres with unlimited subscriptions. Netflix could satisfy diverse tastes without worrying about whether each individual rental generated enough profit. The third major concept that shaped Netflix's success is digital transformation. This term describes the process of using technology to fundamentally change how a business operates and delivers value to customers. Digital transformation goes beyond simply adding technology to existing processes. It means rethinking everything about how work gets done. Netflix underwent digital transformation multiple times during their history. They started as a mail-order business that used the internet for ordering but relied on physical delivery. They transformed into a streaming company that delivered content through internet connections. They evolved into a content creator that used data analytics to decide which shows to produce. Each transformation required Netflix to develop new capabilities while abandoning old ones. When they shifted from DVD rental to streaming, they had to build technology infrastructure that could deliver video to millions of customers simultaneously. They had to negotiate new types of licensing agreements with content owners. They had to learn how to compete in a completely different market. Digital transformation is never finished because technology keeps evolving. Netflix continues transforming today as they expand globally, experiment with interactive content, and explore new technologies like virtual reality. Their willingness to keep changing has helped them stay ahead of competitors who are more comfortable with stable business models. Understanding streaming technology requires knowing how it differs from physical media. When you watch a DVD, all the movie data is stored on the disc in your possession. Your DVD player reads this data and displays it on your television. The quality depends on how much information was compressed onto the disc and how well your player can decode it. Streaming works completely differently. The movie data is stored on computer servers owned by the streaming company. When you want to watch something, your device requests the data over an internet connection. The streaming service sends small pieces of the movie to your device continuously while you watch. Your device displays these pieces in the correct order to create the illusion of seamless video. This approach offers several advantages over physical media. Streaming services can offer unlimited selection without worrying about physical storage space. They can update their catalogs instantly by adding or removing content from their servers. They can customize the experience for each user by recommending content based on viewing history. But streaming also creates new challenges. It requires reliable, high-speed internet connections that were not widely available when Netflix started. It demands sophisticated technology infrastructure that can handle millions of simultaneous viewers. It needs complex systems for managing digital rights and preventing unauthorized copying. Netflix had to solve all of these technical challenges while keeping the experience simple for customers. Most people who use Netflix have no idea how complex the underlying technology actually is. They just press play and expect their chosen content to start immediately with perfect quality. Content licensing represents another crucial concept in the Netflix story. This term describes the legal agreements that allow streaming services to show movies and television programs created by other companies. Content licensing is complicated because it involves multiple parties with different interests and goals. Movie studios and television producers own the rights to their content. They can license these rights to different companies for specific uses, time periods, and geographic regions. For example, a studio might license a movie to Netflix for streaming in the United States for 2 years, while licensing the same movie to a different company for broadcasting in Europe. Netflix started as purely a licensing business. They paid content owners for the right to stream existing movies and shows. This approach allowed them to build a large catalog quickly without creating original content, but it also made them dependent on the willingness of content owners to license their most popular titles. As Netflix grew more successful, content owners became less willing to license their best content to a potential competitor. Studios realized that strong content on Netflix helped Netflix attract subscribers who might otherwise pay for the studio's own services. This tension eventually pushed Netflix to create original programming that they could control completely. Original programming means content created specifically for a particular platform. Netflix original shows like House of Cards and Stranger Things were produced by Netflix or made exclusively for Netflix distribution. This gave Netflix content that competitors could not offer and reduced their dependence on licensing agreements with other companies. Algorithm-based recommendations represent one of Netflix's most important innovations. An algorithm is a set of rules that computers follow to solve problems or make decisions. Netflix uses algorithms to analyze viewing data and predict what each customer might want to watch next. Traditional video stores relied on human recommendations from employees who knew regular customers' tastes. This approach worked for small stores with dedicated staff, but it could not scale to millions of customers. Netflix needed an automated way to help people discover content they would enjoy from catalogs containing thousands of titles. Netflix algorithms consider many factors when making recommendations. They analyze what you have watched, how long you watched it, what time of day you watch, what genres you prefer, and how you rate content. They also look at the behavior of other users with similar tastes to identify patterns that might apply to you. These recommendation systems have become so sophisticated that they can predict your preferences better than you might predict them yourself. Netflix often suggests content that customers would never have chosen on their own, but end up loving. This capability helps Netflix keep subscribers engaged and reduces the likelihood that they will cancel their subscriptions. Market positioning describes how a company wants customers to think about their product compared to alternatives. Netflix has repositioned itself several times as their business evolved. They started positioned as a convenient alternative to video rental stores. They later positioned themselves as the leading streaming service. Today, they position themselves as a global entertainment platform that creates original content. Competitive strategy involves the choices companies make about how to compete effectively against rivals. Netflix has used different competitive strategies at different stages of their development. Early on, they competed primarily on convenience and selection. Later, they competed on streaming quality and user experience. Today, they compete heavily on original content and global reach. The concept of first-mover advantage suggests that companies who enter new markets first often maintain permanent benefits over later competitors. First movers can establish customer relationships. build brand recognition, and create operational efficiencies before rivals arrive. They can also influence how the market develops in ways that favor their particular strengths. Netflix enjoyed first-mover advantages in both DVD by mail and streaming markets. They established brand recognition and customer loyalty before competitors recognized the opportunities. They built operational capabilities and technology infrastructure, while rivals were still planning their responses. These advantages helped Netflix maintain leadership even as powerful competitors entered their markets. However, being first is not always better than being fast. The fast follower strategy involves watching first movers identify market opportunities, then entering those markets with improved products or lower costs. Fast followers can learn from first mover mistakes and avoid expensive experimentation. Many of Netflix's current competitors are fast followers who entered streaming after Netflix proved the market existed. Disney Plus launched with better content libraries in some categories. Amazon Prime Video leveraged existing customer relationships from retail business. HBO Max brought prestigious content from an established entertainment brand. Technology adoption curves describe how new technologies spread through populations over time. Early adopters embrace new technologies despite bugs and limitations. The early majority waits until technologies become more reliable and useful. The late majority adopts technologies only when they become standard or necessary. Laggards resist new technologies until they have no choice. Netflix succeeded by understanding where their target customers were on adoption curves for different technologies. They launched DVD by mail when early adopters were buying DVD players, but mainstream customers were still using VHS. They introduced streaming when broadband internet was becoming common, but was not yet universal. Network effects occur when products become more valuable as more people use them. Social media platforms benefit from network effects because they are more useful when your friends and family are also using them. Netflix benefits from network effects in more subtle ways through their recommendation algorithms and original content investments. As more people use Netflix, their recommendation algorithms get better at predicting what content will be popular. This helps Netflix make smarter decisions about which original shows to produce. Better original content attracts more subscribers, which generates more viewing data, which improves recommendations further. This creates a virtuous cycle that strengthens Netflix's competitive position. These concepts work together to explain how Netflix achieved their remarkable transformation. They used disruption theory to identify opportunities that established competitors ignored. They adopted subscription models that changed customer behavior in favorable ways. They embraced digital transformation to build new capabilities continuously. They mastered streaming technology to deliver superior customer experiences. They navigated content licensing complexity while building original programming capabilities. They developed algorithm-based recommendations that kept customers engaged. They positioned themselves strategically and adapted their competitive approach as markets evolved. Understanding these concepts provides the foundation for appreciating the specific challenges Netflix faced and the creative solutions they developed. The next chapter will examine where all of these strategies and concepts have led Netflix today. Netflix today is almost unrecognizable from the company that mailed DVDs 25 years ago. Walk into any coffee shop, airport, or college campus, and you will see people watching Netflix on their phones, tablets, and laptops. The red Netflix logo has become as familiar worldwide as Coca-Cola or McDonald's. This transformation represents one of the most successful business pivots in modern history. The numbers tell an incredible story of growth and global reach. Netflix now serves over 230 million paid subscribers across more than 190 countries. To put this in perspective, Netflix has more subscribers than there are people living in Brazil, the world's sixth most populous country. Their subscribers watch over 1 billion hours of content every single week. These viewing hours translate into massive financial success. Netflix generates over $32 billion in annual revenue. This makes them larger than many traditional media companies that have existed for decades. Their market value has reached peaks of over $300 billion, making Netflix worth more than Disney, Comcast, or any traditional entertainment company. But Netflix's influence extends far beyond financial metrics. They have fundamentally changed how entertainment is created, distributed, and consumed around the world. Netflix original series win Emmy Awards and compete at film festivals alongside movies from major studios. Shows like Squid Game and Money Heist have become global cultural phenomena that generate conversations across language and cultural barriers. The company now produces content in over 30 languages and has production facilities on every continent except Antarctica. They employ over 11,000 people worldwide, including some of the most talented creators, engineers, and business professionals in entertainment and technology. Netflix has become a career destination that attracts top talent from traditional media companies and technology firms alike. Netflix's content strategy has evolved from simply licensing existing shows and movies to becoming one of the world's largest content creators. They spend over $15 billion annually on original programming. This budget exceeds what many countries spend on their entire film industries. Netflix releases more original content each month than some studios produce in entire years. This content investment has paid off in critical acclaim and audience engagement. Netflix originals have won dozens of Emmy Awards, Academy Awards, and International Film Festival prizes. Shows like The Crown, Stranger Things, and Bridgerton have become cultural touchstones that influence fashion, tourism, and social conversations worldwide. The global reach of Netflix content has created new opportunities for stories from different countries to find worldwide audiences. Korean series like Squid Game became the most watched Netflix series ever. Spanish shows like Money Heist attracted viewers who do not speak Spanish, but were drawn in by compelling storytelling. Indian, German, French, and Brazilian productions have all found success with international audiences through Netflix distribution. This cultural influence has made Netflix a soft power force that shapes how different countries and cultures are perceived globally. Tourism boards credit Netflix shows with increasing visitor interest in filming locations. Fashion trends featured in Netflix series influence retail sales worldwide. Even language learning applications report increased interest in studying languages featured in popular Netflix content. Netflix's technology infrastructure represents one of the most sophisticated content delivery systems ever built. They operate their own content delivery network that includes servers in internet service provider facilities around the world. This infrastructure ensures that Netflix content loads quickly regardless of where subscribers are located or when they want to watch. The company processes over 100 billion hours of streaming annually while maintaining consistent quality across different devices and connection speeds. Their systems automatically adjust video quality based on available bandwidth to prevent buffering interruptions. They use machine learning to predict demand and position content on servers closest to where it will likely be watched. Netflix's recommendation algorithm analyzes viewing behavior from hundreds of millions of subscribers to personalize the experience for each individual user. They test different artwork, descriptions, and content arrangements to optimize engagement. The recommendation system has become so sophisticated that over 80% of content watched on Netflix comes from algorithmic suggestions rather than browsing or searching. However, Netflix's dominant position faces increasing challenges from well-funded competitors who have learned from Netflix's success. Disney Plus launched in late 2019 and quickly attracted over 100 million subscribers by leveraging popular franchises like Marvel, Star Wars, and Disney Animation. Their growth rate exceeded Netflix's early expansion, proving that established entertainment brands could compete effectively in streaming. Amazon Prime Video benefits from integration with Amazon's broader ecosystem of services. Prime Video comes bundled with Amazon's shopping membership, creating value that extends beyond entertainment. Amazon also has deeper financial resources than Netflix and can sustain losses in video streaming while generating profits from other business lines. HBO Max, now called Max, brings prestige content from HBO's long history of critically acclaimed series. Shows like Game of Thrones, The Sopranos, and Succession established HBO as the premium destination for sophisticated adult programming. Max also includes content from Warner Brothers movie studios, providing access to major theatrical releases. Apple TV Plus represents a different competitive threat because Apple views video content as a way to strengthen their ecosystem of devices and services rather than as a standalone profit center. Apple can afford to spend billions on original content without needing immediate returns if video content helps sell more iPhones, iPads, and other Apple products. These competitors have collectively created what industry analysts call the streaming wars. Customers now face dozens of streaming service options, each with exclusive content that cannot be found elsewhere. The total cost of subscribing to multiple services can exceed what customers previously paid for traditional cable television. This market fragmentation has created new challenges for Netflix. They can no longer assume that customers will maintain their Netflix subscription while adding other services. Survey data shows that increasing numbers of customers are willing to cancel and resubscribe to different services based on content availability, rather than maintaining multiple simultaneous subscriptions. The streaming wars have also dramatically increased content costs, as every service competes for the same pool of talented creators and popular intellectual properties. Netflix now competes against Disney, Amazon, Apple, and traditional studios for writers, directors, and actors. This competition has inflated salaries and production budgets across the entertainment industry. Netflix faces additional challenges from changing consumer behavior and market maturation. Password sharing has become widespread, with millions of people accessing Netflix through accounts paid for by friends or family members. While Netflix has historically tolerated this behavior, investor pressure has pushed them to find ways to convert password sharers into paying subscribers. Market saturation represents another long-term challenge. Netflix has already attracted most customers who are willing and able to pay for streaming services in developed markets like the United States and Western Europe. Future growth increasingly depends on expansion in developing markets, where customers have less disposable income and may be less willing to pay Western pricing levels. Content costs continue rising as Netflix competes against well-funded rivals for popular shows and movies. At the same time, some content owners have pulled their most valuable properties from Netflix to launch their own streaming services. Disney removed their content to support Disney+. NBC Universal moved The Office to their Peacock service. Warner Brothers shifted Friends to HBO Max. These content removals have forced Netflix to invest even more heavily in original programming to maintain subscriber satisfaction. But original content development is expensive and risky. Even Netflix, with all their data and experience, cannot predict with certainty which new shows will become hits. Failed original series represent sunk costs that cannot be recovered. Netflix also faces regulatory challenges as governments around the world scrutinize the power and influence of large technology and media companies. Some countries have imposed local content requirements that force streaming services to invest specific amounts in domestic productions. Others have implemented taxes on streaming services or required them to share revenue with local broadcasters. The European Union has enacted regulations requiring streaming services to ensure that at least 30% of their catalog consists of European content. South Korea requires streaming services to invest a percentage of their local revenue in Korean content production. These requirements add costs and complexity to Netflix's global operations. Despite these challenges, Netflix maintains several competitive advantages that position them well for continued success. Their global scale allows them to spread content costs across a larger subscriber base than any competitor. A successful Netflix original series can generate value from audiences in every country where Netflix operates. Netflix's data analytics capabilities exceed those of traditional entertainment companies and most streaming competitors. They understand viewing patterns, content preferences, and subscriber behavior better than rivals who are newer to streaming or operate at smaller scales. This data advantage helps Netflix make better decisions about content investments and product development. The Netflix brand remains the strongest in streaming entertainment globally. When people think about streaming video, Netflix is often the first service that comes to mind. This brand recognition provides advantages in customer acquisition and retention that newer services must work harder to achieve. Netflix's technology infrastructure and operational expertise represent barriers that competitors struggle to replicate. Building systems that can reliably stream video to hundreds of millions of subscribers requires years of development and massive capital investment. Most competitors license technology from third parties rather than building their own systems. Looking toward the future, Netflix faces questions about how to maintain growth and profitability in an increasingly competitive and fragmented market. They continue expanding geographically, but growth rates have slowed as they exhaust the most attractive markets. They are experimenting with new content formats, including interactive programming and mobile games. But these represent small portions of total engagement. The streaming industry that Netflix created has fundamentally changed entertainment consumption patterns worldwide. Traditional television viewing continues declining as more people shift to on-demand streaming. Movie theater attendance faces pressure from simultaneous streaming releases. The boundary between television and film content has blurred as streaming platforms produce both types of programming. Netflix's influence on global culture continues expanding as their original content reaches new audiences and their platform elevates stories from different countries and communities. They have become a force for cultural exchange and understanding by making diverse content accessible to worldwide audiences. The next phase of Netflix's evolution will determine whether they can maintain their leadership position or whether the streaming market will fragment among multiple successful competitors. The answers will shape not just Netflix's future, but the future of entertainment itself. Every great story needs a worthy opponent. David had Goliath. Luke Skywalker had Darth Vader. Netflix had Blockbuster. But the Netflix story is more complex than a simple tale of good versus evil. This is a story about how a tiny startup challenged an entire industry and won against impossible odds. When Netflix launched in 1998, Blockbuster seemed invincible. Blockbuster operated over 9,000 stores worldwide and generated over $6 billion in annual revenue. They employed 60,000 people and served millions of customers every week. Their blue and yellow stores were landmarks in neighborhoods across America and dozens of other countries. Netflix, by contrast, was two guys with an idea and a small warehouse in California. Reed Hastings and Mark Randolph had no retail experience, no entertainment industry connections, and no proven business model. They were betting everything on the belief that people would be willing to wait for movies to arrive by mail instead of driving to a store for instant gratification. The contrast could not have been more dramatic. Blockbuster had brand recognition that took decades to build. Netflix was completely unknown. Blockbuster had relationships with every major movie studio. Netflix had to convince studios to take a chance on an unproven startup. Blockbuster had perfected the economics of video rental over many years. Netflix was experimenting with untested pricing models. This David versus Goliath dynamic created the central tension that would drive the Netflix story for over a decade. How could a small company with limited resources compete against an established giant with every apparent advantage? The answer reveals fundamental truths about innovation, customer focus, and the courage to challenge conventional wisdom. The technical obstacles facing Netflix seemed almost insurmountable in the early days. Building a mail-order business required sophisticated logistics that could handle thousands of DVD shipments daily while maintaining accurate inventory tracking. Netflix needed warehouses strategically located across the country to ensure fast delivery times. They needed packaging systems that would protect DVDs during shipping while keeping costs manageable. More challenging was the technology required for online ordering and customer management. In 1998, most people were still learning how to use the internet. E-commerce was primitive compared to today's standards. Netflix had to build websites that were simple enough for mainstream customers, while sophisticated enough to handle complex subscription management and recommendation systems. The streaming technology that would eventually transform Netflix into a global powerhouse did not exist when the company launched. Internet connections were too slow for video delivery. Home broadband was rare and expensive. Even basic video compression technologies were inadequate for streaming full-length movies over consumer internet connections. Netflix had to solve these technical challenges while operating on startup budgets that were tiny compared to Blockbuster's resources. They could not afford to make major mistakes or waste money on failed experiments. Every decision had to be carefully calculated to maximize impact while minimizing costs. The financial obstacles were equally daunting. Netflix needed substantial upfront investment to build their infrastructure, purchase initial inventory, and acquire customers through marketing. But they had no guarantee that their business model would work or that customers would embrace mail-order movie rental. Traditional venture capital investors were skeptical about Netflix's prospects. The video rental industry was dominated by established players who seemed impossible to challenge. Many investors questioned whether customers would accept the inconvenience of waiting for movies to arrive by mail when they could get instant gratification at Blockbuster. Netflix also faced the challenge of competing against Blockbuster's pricing power. Blockbuster could negotiate better terms with movie studios because they purchased more inventory. They could spread their fixed costs across thousands of locations. They had established customer relationships that would be difficult for Netflix to replicate. The content licensing landscape created additional barriers for Netflix. Movie studios were hesitant to work with an unproven startup that might not pay their bills or handle their content properly. Studios also worried about damaging their relationships with Blockbuster, which generated significant revenue through new release purchases. Netflix had to prove their credibility while negotiating from a position of weakness. They needed content to attract customers, but they needed customers to justify content investments. This chicken and egg problem required creative solutions and persistent relationship building with skeptical content providers. The cultural challenge of changing consumer behavior represented perhaps the greatest obstacle Netflix faced. Americans had been conditioned to expect instant gratification from video rental. The idea of planning entertainment several days in advance went against established habits and preferences. Netflix had to convince customers that the benefits of their service outweighed the inconvenience of waiting for delivery. They needed to educate the market about advantages that were not immediately obvious, such as unlimited rental periods, extensive selection, and elimination of late fees. This customer education process required significant marketing investment at a time when Netflix had limited resources. They competed for attention against Blockbuster's massive advertising budgets and established brand presence. Netflix had to find cost-effective ways to reach potential customers and communicate their value proposition clearly. The challenge became even more complex when Netflix decided to transition from DVD by mail to streaming. This decision required them to cannibalize their own successful business model in pursuit of an uncertain future. Many companies have failed when attempting such dramatic transformations because they could not manage the complexities of operating two different business models simultaneously. Netflix had to build streaming technology infrastructure while maintaining their existing DVD operations. They needed to negotiate new types of licensing agreements for digital content while preserving relationships built around physical media. They had to convince customers to embrace streaming while continuing to serve customers who preferred DVDs. The streaming transition also created new competitive dynamics. Netflix was no longer just competing against Blockbuster and other video rental companies. They now faced potential competition from technology companies, telecommunications providers, and content creators who might decide to bypass traditional distribution entirely. The content creation challenge emerged as Netflix realized that licensing other companies' content would never provide sustainable competitive advantages. If Netflix wanted to differentiate their service and control their destiny, they needed to create original programming that competitors could not offer. But Netflix had no experience creating entertainment content. They were a technology and distribution company trying to enter the creative business dominated by studios with decades of experience and established relationships with talent. Netflix had to learn how to identify promising projects, work with writers and directors, manage production processes, and market original content effectively. The financial risks of original programming were enormous. Television series and movies cost millions of dollars to produce with no guarantee of success. Even experienced studios regularly produce content that fails to find audiences or generate profits. Netflix was risking their entire business on their ability to create content that would attract and retain subscribers. The global expansion challenge added another layer of complexity to Netflix's obstacles. Each country has different cultural preferences, regulatory requirements, and competitive landscapes. Content that succeeds in America might fail completely in other markets. Netflix needed to adapt their service for different languages, currencies, payment methods, and viewing habits. Regulatory compliance became increasingly complex as Netflix expanded internationally. Different countries have varying requirements for content ratings, local programming quotas, and data privacy protections. Netflix had to build systems and processes that could handle this regulatory complexity while maintaining operational efficiency. The ongoing battle for subscriber attention and retention intensifies as more streaming services launch with exclusive content. Netflix can no longer assume that customers will maintain their subscription indefinitely. They must continuously prove their value proposition against an expanding array of alternatives. This competition for subscriber attention has created an arms race in content spending that shows no signs of slowing down. Netflix, Disney, Amazon, Apple, and other services are collectively spending tens of billions of dollars annually on original programming. This escalation benefits creators and consumers, but creates financial pressure on all participants. The password sharing challenge represents a unique obstacle that Netflix helped create through their own success. Millions of people access Netflix through accounts paid for by friends or family members. While this sharing helped Netflix grow initially, it now represents lost revenue that investors want captured. Netflix must find ways to convert password sharers into paying customers without alienating existing subscribers who share their accounts. This requires delicate balance between enforcement and customer satisfaction. Too aggressive enforcement could drive customers to competing services. Too lenient policies leave money on the table that could fund content investments. The market saturation challenge grows more pressing as Netflix exhausts the most attractive customer segments in developed markets. Future growth increasingly depends on attracting customers who are less willing or able to pay premium prices for streaming services. This may require different pricing strategies, content approaches, or service models. These obstacles and challenges create the dramatic tension that makes the Netflix story compelling. At every stage of their development, Netflix faced existential threats that could have ended their journey. Established competitors with superior resources tried to crush them. Technical limitations threatened to make their vision impossible. Financial constraints forced difficult choices about where to invest limited resources. The fact that Netflix not only survived but thrived despite these challenges makes their success even more remarkable. They succeeded not by avoiding obstacles, but by finding creative ways to overcome or circumvent them. They turned apparent weaknesses into competitive advantages. They used constraints to force innovation and efficiency. The Netflix story shows that David can defeat Goliath, but only through superior strategy, relentless execution, and willingness to take risks that established players are unwilling or unable to take. Netflix succeeded because they understood their customers better than their competitors did. They embraced change while their rivals clung to familiar approaches that were becoming obsolete. Understanding these obstacles and challenges provides the foundation for appreciating the remarkable journey that follows. Netflix's path from startup to global powerhouse was never guaranteed or easy. Every victory was hard-earned through intelligence, persistence, and occasional good fortune. The story of how they overcame each challenge reveals lessons that apply far beyond the entertainment industry. The first Netflix warehouse was nothing like the high-tech distribution centers that would later span the globe. It was a modest building in California, where Reed Hastings and Mark Randolph personally sorted DVDs and stuffed them into red envelopes. The simplicity of this early operation masked the incredible complexity that lay ahead. Building a mail-order business for DVDs required solving problems that had never been solved before. Traditional retailers stocked inventory on shelves where customers could see and select products directly. Netflix had to create a system where customers chose movies online without seeing physical products, then wait for those movies to arrive by mail. The logistics challenges seemed straightforward at first glance. Customers would place orders online. Netflix would package the requested DVDs. The postal service would deliver them to customers' homes. Customers would watch the movies and mail them back. Netflix would receive the returned DVDs and send out new ones. Simple enough in theory, but nightmarishly complex in practice. Every step of this process created potential points of failure. Orders could be lost or corrupted by primitive e-commerce systems. DVDs could be damaged during packaging or shipping. Postal deliveries could be delayed by weather, holidays, or logistical problems. Returned DVDs might be scratched, broken, or lost entirely. Each failure disappointed customers and cost Netflix money they could not afford to lose. The Postal Service became Netflix's most important business partner, though it was a partnership the Postal Service never requested. Netflix's success depended entirely on the reliability, speed, and cost-effectiveness of mail delivery. But the Postal Service was designed for letters and packages. not for time-sensitive entertainment distribution. Netflix had to learn the intricacies of postal operations to optimize their shipping strategies. They discovered that certain mailing techniques could reduce delivery times by 1 or 2 days. They learned which postal facilities processed mail most efficiently and positioned their warehouses accordingly. They experimented with different packaging materials to protect DVDs while minimizing shipping costs. The company developed sophisticated systems for tracking inventory across multiple warehouse locations. Each DVD title needed to be available at every warehouse to ensure reasonable delivery times for customers regardless of their location. But purchasing multiple copies of every title required massive upfront investment with no guarantee of demand. Netflix had to predict which movies would be popular weeks or months in advance. They needed enough copies to satisfy demand without over-investing in titles that customers would ignore. This inventory management challenge was complicated by the unpredictable nature of entertainment preferences and the seasonal patterns of movie watching. The subscription model created additional logistical complexities that transaction-based rental companies never faced. Blockbuster customers returned movies when they were finished watching. Netflix subscribers could keep movies as long as they wanted. This meant Netflix could never predict exactly when DVDs would be returned or available for the next customer. Some subscribers returned movies within days of receiving them. Others kept movies for weeks or months. A few customers seemed to forget they had Netflix subscriptions entirely and never returned anything. Netflix had to maintain much larger inventory levels than traditional rental stores to account for this uncertainty. The queue system that allowed customers to prioritize their movie preferences created another layer of complexity. Customers could list dozens of movies they wanted to watch in order of preference. Netflix had to track these queues for every subscriber and automatically ship the highest priority available title whenever a customer returned their previous rental. Managing millions of individual queues while maintaining accurate inventory tracking across multiple warehouses required database technologies that barely existed when Netflix launched. The company had to build custom software systems because nothing off the shelf could handle their unique requirements. Content licensing negotiations revealed the first serious business model challenges Netflix would face. Movie studios had spent decades perfecting their relationships with traditional video rental companies. They understood how rental stores operated and how to structure deals that maximize studio revenue while maintaining predictable business relationships. Netflix represented something completely different and potentially threatening. The subscription model meant that popular movies might be watched by many customers without generating proportional revenue for studios. Studios worried that unlimited rental subscriptions would cannibalize sales of movies that customers might otherwise purchase. The licensing negotiations were further complicated by Netflix's lack of track record or industry credibility. Studios had no way to evaluate whether Netflix would succeed or fail. They worried about investing time in relationship building with a company that might disappear within months. Netflix also needed different types of licensing agreements than traditional rental companies. Video stores purchased DVDs at wholesale prices and owned them permanently. Netflix wanted to license content for subscription services, which required new legal frameworks that many studios were reluctant to develop. These early licensing discussions established patterns that would persist throughout Netflix history. Studios remained skeptical of Netflix's business model and reluctant to embrace changes that might disrupt their existing revenue streams. Netflix had to prove their value to content partners while competing for the same content that powered their competitors. The technical infrastructure required for online ordering and customer management pushed the boundaries of what was possible with late 1990s internet technology. Netflix needed websites that could handle thousands of simultaneous users without crashing. They needed databases that could track customer preferences, inventory levels, and shipping logistics in real time. E-commerce was still experimental when Netflix launched. Most people had never purchased anything online. Credit card processing over the internet was considered risky by both customers and financial institutions. Netflix had to convince customers to trust them with payment information while building systems secure enough to protect that data. The recommendation system that would eventually become one of Netflix's most important competitive advantages started as a simple necessity. With thousands of movie titles available, customers needed help choosing what to watch. Netflix could not afford to hire human experts to provide personalized recommendations for every subscriber. The early recommendation algorithm was primitive compared to the sophisticated machine learning systems Netflix uses today. It relied on customer ratings and basic genre preferences to suggest similar movies. But even this simple system provided value that traditional video stores could not match. Building and maintaining these technical systems required expertise that was scarce and expensive in the late 1990s. Netflix competed with dot-com startups and established technology companies for talented engineers and developers. They had to offer competitive salaries and stock options while operating on tight budgets that left little room for expensive mistakes. The challenge of changing consumer behavior proved more difficult than anyone anticipated. Americans had been conditioned by decades of instant gratification from video rental stores. The idea of planning entertainment consumption days in advance required a fundamental shift in how people thought about movie watching. Netflix had to convince customers that the inconvenience of waiting for delivery was offset by other benefits they could not get elsewhere. No late fees meant customers could keep movies as long as they wanted without penalty. Extensive selection meant access to titles that small video stores never stocked. Home delivery meant never having to drive to a store or worry about finding parking. But these benefits were abstract until customers experienced them personally. Netflix had to find ways to communicate value propositions that were difficult to explain in traditional advertising. They needed customers to try the service long enough to understand and appreciate the differences. The free trial became Netflix's primary customer acquisition strategy. By offering the first month of service at no charge, Netflix could demonstrate their value proposition without requiring upfront commitment from skeptical customers. But free trials were expensive to provide and generated no immediate revenue to offset marketing and operational costs. Netflix also had to educate customers about how their service actually worked. Many people were confused about the queue system, subscription billing, or return procedures. Customer service became a crucial function that required significant investment in training and staffing. The financial complexity of the subscription model created challenges that Netflix founders had not fully anticipated. Traditional video rental generated revenue every time customers rented movies. More customer activity meant more revenue. Netflix subscriptions generated the same revenue regardless of how much customers used the service. This created a counterintuitive dynamic where Netflix's most valuable customers were those who used the service least. Heavy users consumed more of Netflix's resources through frequent shipping and handling without generating additional revenue. Light users generated the same subscription fees while requiring minimal operational costs. Netflix had to carefully balance customer satisfaction with operational efficiency. They wanted customers to be happy with their service and recommend it to friends, but they also needed to manage costs to maintain profitability. This balancing act required sophisticated understanding of customer behavior and operational metrics. The subscription model also created cash flow challenges that transaction-based businesses did not face. Netflix collected monthly subscription fees, but had to pay upfront costs for inventory, shipping, and infrastructure. During periods of rapid growth, Netflix spent more money acquiring new customers and expanding operations than they collected from existing subscribers. This cash flow dynamic meant that Netflix's success actually increased their financial risk in the short term. Every new customer required upfront investment in inventory and infrastructure before generating positive returns. Netflix had to continuously raise additional capital to fund growth, while hoping that long-term customer value would eventually exceed acquisition costs. Market education became a full-time challenge that required creative approaches to customer communication. Netflix could not simply advertise their service like traditional retailers because their value proposition was complex and unfamiliar. They needed to teach customers about subscription models, online ordering, and mail delivery, while overcoming skepticism about internet commerce. Netflix invested heavily in customer onboarding and education. Their website included detailed explanations of how the service worked. Customer service representatives were trained to help new subscribers understand the queue system and return procedures. Marketing materials focused on education rather than just promotion. The company also had to educate investors, partners, and employees about their business model. Many people could not understand how a subscription service could compete with traditional rental stores that offered instant gratification. Netflix had to repeatedly explain their strategy and defend their approach against skeptics who predicted certain failure. These early complexities established patterns that would define Netflix's approach to business challenges throughout their history. They learned to embrace complexity rather than avoid it. They developed capabilities for managing operations that traditional competitors could not replicate. They built technological infrastructure that would provide advantages in future competitive battles. Most importantly, Netflix learned that customer behavior could be changed through superior value propositions and patient education. People were willing to wait for mail delivery if the overall experience was better than driving to video stores. Customers would embrace new technologies and business models when the benefits were clearly demonstrated. These lessons prepared Netflix for even greater challenges that lay ahead. The transition to streaming would require managing even more complexity, while maintaining the customer focus that made their DVD by mail service successful. The foundation they built during these early years would support the transformations that would eventually make Netflix a global entertainment powerhouse. The sheer size of Blockbuster's operation was breathtaking to behold. 9,000 stores spread across every major city and most small towns in America. Each store employed multiple workers and served hundreds of customers daily. Walking into a Blockbuster meant entering a carefully orchestrated entertainment ecosystem that had been perfected over many years. The walls were lined with thousands of movie cases, displaying colorful artwork designed to catch your eye. New releases occupied prime real estate near the entrance, with multiple copies available to meet weekend demand. Staff members knew regular customers by name and could recommend movies based on personal preferences and viewing history. The Blockbuster experience was immediate and tangible in ways that Netflix could never match. You could hold movie cases in your hands, read descriptions on the back, and browse related titles displayed nearby. If you changed your mind about a selection, you could swap it for something else before leaving the store. There was no waiting, no uncertainty, and no dependence on postal delivery systems. This physical presence created powerful competitive advantages that Netflix had to overcome through superior value propositions. Blockbuster stores served as marketing vehicles that reminded customers of their brand every time they drove past. The stores also generated impulse purchases as customers discovered movies they had not planned to rent. Blockbuster's brand recognition was the result of massive marketing investments over many years. Their blue and yellow logo was instantly recognizable. Their slogan, "Wow, what a difference," had become part of popular culture. Celebrity endorsements and major advertising campaigns reinforced their position as the leader in home entertainment. This brand strength translated into customer trust and loyalty that Netflix had to earn from scratch. When people thought about renting movies, they automatically thought about Blockbuster. Netflix had to change deeply ingrained consumer habits while building their own brand recognition with limited marketing budgets. The instant access that Blockbuster provided seemed impossible to replicate through mail delivery. Customers could decide to watch a movie and be viewing it within 30 minutes of leaving their homes. This spontaneity was particularly important for weekend entertainment when families and couples wanted to make last-minute movie choices. Netflix had to convince customers that planning entertainment consumption in advance was acceptable and even preferable to instant gratification. This required fundamental changes in how people thought about movie watching and entertainment consumption patterns. Blockbuster's financial resources dwarfed those available to Netflix during the crucial early years. Blockbuster generated billions in annual revenue that could fund expansion, marketing, and competitive responses. Netflix operated on venture capital investments that had to be carefully allocated across multiple priorities. When Blockbuster finally recognized Netflix as a threat, they had the financial capacity to launch competitive services without risking their core business. Netflix had to succeed with their initial strategy because they lacked resources for major pivots or extended competitive battles. The established relationships between Blockbuster and movie studios created additional barriers for Netflix to overcome. Studios depended on Blockbuster purchases for significant portions of their home video revenue. These relationships had been built over many years and involved complex financial arrangements that benefited both parties. studios were naturally reluctant to support potential competitors to their most important retail partner. Netflix represented an unknown quantity that might disrupt established revenue streams without providing adequate compensation. Many studio executives were skeptical about subscription models and mail delivery systems. Netflix had to prove their credibility and financial stability before studios would consider licensing agreements. They needed to demonstrate that their business model could generate meaningful revenue for content partners while not cannibalizing more profitable distribution channels. The licensing negotiations were complicated by fundamental differences in how subscription services and traditional rental stores operated. Video stores purchased DVDs at wholesale prices and owned them permanently. They could rent the same movie hundreds of times without paying additional fees to studios. Netflix wanted licensing agreements that would allow unlimited streaming of content to subscribers. This required new legal frameworks and financial models that many studios were reluctant to develop. The negotiations often took months or years to complete and required significant legal expenses that strained Netflix's limited resources. Some studios refused to work with Netflix entirely, preferring to maintain exclusive relationships with traditional rental companies. This forced Netflix to build their content catalog around titles from more cooperative studios, while missing popular movies that drove customer acquisition and retention. The technology limitations of early internet infrastructure created seemingly insurmountable barriers to Netflix's streaming ambitions. In the late 1990s, most Americans accessed the internet through dial-up connections that were far too slow for video streaming. Even basic websites loaded slowly and often failed to display properly. Broadband internet was available in some urban areas, but remained expensive and unreliable. The infrastructure required to deliver streaming video to millions of customers simultaneously did not exist, and would require massive investments by telecommunications companies and internet service providers. Netflix had to build their streaming platform before the necessary infrastructure was widely available. This meant betting enormous amounts of money on technologies that might never become practical for mainstream consumers. They had to develop solutions to problems that had never been solved, while hoping that internet speeds would eventually catch up to their vision. The technical challenges of building streaming infrastructure were compounded by the lack of established standards for internet video delivery. Different browsers, operating systems, and devices handled video playback differently. Netflix had to create solutions that would work reliably across countless combinations of hardware and software configurations. Video compression technologies were primitive and required trade-offs between file size and picture quality that often disappointed customers accustomed to DVD quality. Streaming video looked worse than physical media, while requiring faster internet connections that many customers did not have. The content delivery networks required to distribute streaming video globally did not exist when Netflix began planning their transition from DVDs. They had to build their own infrastructure or partner with companies that were simultaneously developing these capabilities. Every aspect of streaming technology required innovation and experimentation. Building effective recommendation algorithms without extensive user data created a circular problem that seemed impossible to solve. Netflix needed viewing data to create personalized recommendations that would help customers discover content they would enjoy. But they needed customers to use their service extensively before accumulating enough data to make accurate predictions. The early recommendation system was based on customer ratings and basic demographic information that provided limited insight into viewing preferences. Netflix had to convince customers to rate movies they had watched to improve future recommendations. But customers were often reluctant to spend time rating content when they were unsure whether the effort would be worthwhile. Netflix also lacked the sophisticated machine learning technologies that would eventually power their recommendation algorithms. The computing power and analytical tools required for processing massive datasets and identifying complex patterns were not yet available or affordable for most companies. The recommendation algorithms had to account for the unique characteristics of subscription-based consumption that differed from traditional rental patterns. Subscribers might watch movies they would never have rented individually because the subscription removed financial barriers to experimentation. This changed viewing patterns in ways that made historical data less predictive of future behavior. Netflix had to develop recommendation systems that could adapt to changing customer preferences while introducing them to new types of content they might not have discovered otherwise. This required balancing familiar recommendations with diverse suggestions that could expand customer viewing habits. The financial obstacles facing Netflix seemed overwhelming during the early years when revenue was minimal, but expenses were enormous. Building warehouse infrastructure, purchasing initial inventory, developing technology systems, and acquiring customers required massive upfront investments with uncertain returns. Traditional businesses could often fund expansion through current profits or establish credit relationships. Netflix had no operating history or predictable revenue streams that banks or investors could evaluate. They depended entirely on venture capital that came with high expectations and limited patience for long development timelines. The subscription model created additional financial complexity because customer acquisition costs had to be recovered over many months of service. Netflix had to estimate customer lifetime value and retention rates without historical data to guide their projections. Mistakes in these calculations could lead to unsustainable unit economics that would eventually bankrupt the company. Cash flow management became a critical challenge as Netflix grew rapidly while maintaining negative margins on most customer relationships. Every new subscriber initially cost more than they generated in revenue. Netflix had to continuously raise additional capital to fund growth while proving to investors that the business model would eventually become profitable. The financial requirements for content licensing created another layer of complexity. Studios often demanded upfront payments or minimum guarantees that required Netflix to commit significant resources to content they hoped customers would want to watch. These commitments had to be made months in advance based on predictions about future demand. Investor skepticism was understandable given the challenges Netflix faced and the strength of established competitors. Many investors had seen promising internet startups fail when they could not execute their ambitious plans or compete against well-funded incumbents. The dot-com crash of 2001 made investors even more cautious about funding internet companies with unproven business models. Netflix had to raise money during one of the most difficult periods for technology financing, while competing against more established companies with stronger financial positions. Some investors questioned whether the DVD by mail model could scale efficiently, or whether customers would embrace the inconvenience of waiting for entertainment. Others worried about Netflix's dependence on postal services and the potential for shipping costs to make the business model unsustainable. Netflix had to continuously demonstrate progress toward profitability while investing in long-term capabilities that might not generate immediate returns. This balancing act required careful financial management and clear communication with investors who might not understand the complexities of their business model. The need for continuous fundraising created additional pressure on Netflix management to show consistent growth and improvement in key metrics. They had to hit aggressive targets while building the infrastructure necessary for future expansion. This pressure intensified as competitors began developing their own responses to Netflix's challenge. These major barriers and obstacles created the dramatic tension that makes the Netflix story so compelling. At every stage, they faced challenges that could have ended their journey before it really began. Established competitors had every advantage, except the willingness to embrace change and prioritize long-term customer value over short-term profits. Netflix succeeded not by avoiding these obstacles, but by finding creative ways to overcome them through superior strategy, relentless execution, and occasional good fortune. They turned apparent weaknesses into competitive advantages and used constraints to force innovation and efficiency. The story of how Netflix overcame each of these barriers reveals timeless lessons about entrepreneurship, innovation, and the power of customer-focused thinking. Their success proved that David could defeat Goliath through better understanding of changing customer needs and willingness to embrace new technologies and business models. The story of Netflix becomes more fascinating when we examine how different companies chose completely opposite paths. While Netflix was quietly building something revolutionary, the rest of the entertainment world was following old rules that had worked for decades. 2 different ways to rent movies. Imagine walking into a Blockbuster store on a Friday night in 2002. The bright yellow and blue signs welcomed you into a maze of movie shelves. You wandered the aisles, hoping your favorite new release was still available. When you found it, you paid around $4 to rent it for one night. If you forgot to return it by the deadline, you faced late fees that sometimes cost more than buying the movie outright. Netflix offered something completely different. For about the same price you paid for one Blockbuster rental, you could have unlimited movies delivered to your home every month. No late fees, no driving to the store, no disappointment when your movie was already rented out. The difference was deeper than just convenience. Blockbuster made money every time you forgot to return a movie. They actually wanted you to be a little forgetful. Netflix made money when you were happy with their service month after month. They wanted you to discover new movies you loved. Blockbuster executives saw each transaction as separate. Netflix saw each customer as a long-term relationship. This fundamental difference shaped everything these companies did. Data versus gut feelings. Traditional movie studios had always relied on instinct. Studio executives would read scripts and imagine what audiences wanted. They made million-dollar decisions based on their experience and hunches about what would work. Netflix took a completely different approach. They collected data about everything. What movies did people rent? When did they watch them? Did they finish watching or turn them off halfway through? What did they rent next? While studio executives were having heated arguments in conference rooms about which movies to greenlight, Netflix was quietly building the largest database of viewing preferences in the world. They knew that people who loved romantic comedies also enjoyed certain types of documentaries. They discovered that viewers who started watching a series on Tuesday nights were more likely to finish the entire season. Traditional studios dismissed this approach. They believed that art could not be reduced to numbers. They thought human creativity and intuition were more important than cold data. Netflix proved them wrong. Their data revealed patterns that surprised everyone. For example, they discovered that the most popular viewing time was not Friday night, as everyone assumed. More people actually watched movies and shows on weeknights after work. Different streaming strategies. When streaming first emerged, different companies chose very different strategies. Hulu decided to focus on television shows from major networks. They wanted to be the place where people caught up on episodes they missed. Netflix had bigger ambitions. They wanted to replace your entire entertainment experience. While Hulu was content to be a complement to traditional television, Netflix aimed to become a substitute for cable TV altogether. Other early streaming services like Crackle offered free content supported by advertisements. They believed people would accept commercials in exchange for not paying monthly fees. Netflix chose the opposite path. They charged monthly fees but offered an uninterrupted viewing experience. They bet that people would pay to avoid commercials once they experienced ad-free entertainment. These different approaches reflected different beliefs about consumer behavior. Some companies thought price was the most important factor. Netflix believed convenience and quality mattered more than cost. For years, Netflix was essentially a digital video store. They licensed movies and TV shows from other companies and made them available to their subscribers. This was similar to how a bookstore buys books from publishers and sells them to customers. Traditional media companies were comfortable with this arrangement. They made money selling their content to Netflix while still controlling the most valuable part of the business, creating entertainment. Netflix slowly realized this model had a fatal flaw. The companies selling them content were also their biggest potential competitors. Disney could license their movies to Netflix one year and then pull them away to start their own streaming service the next year. This led to Netflix's most important strategic decision. They would stop being just a distributor and become a creator. Instead of renting movies from Hollywood studios, they would make their own movies and TV shows. Traditional studios thought this was foolish. Making entertainment was incredibly difficult and expensive. Most projects failed. Studios had decades of experience and relationships throughout the industry. How could a technology company from Silicon Valley compete with them? Netflix had several advantages that traditional studios overlooked. They had detailed data about what their subscribers actually watched. They could make content decisions based on real viewer behavior rather than guessing. They also had a guaranteed distribution platform for everything they created. When Netflix decided to expand internationally, they faced a crucial choice. Should they offer the same service everywhere or adapt to local preferences in each country? Many American companies had failed internationally by assuming what worked in America would work everywhere. McDonald's learned this lesson when they tried to sell beef hamburgers in India, where many people do not eat beef for religious reasons. Netflix chose a mixed approach. Their core technology platform remained the same everywhere. The user interface, recommendation algorithms, and streaming technology were identical whether you lived in New York or New Delhi. However, they adapted their content strategy for different regions. In India, they invested heavily in Bollywood movies and local language programming. In Latin America, they created Spanish-language original series. In South Korea, they supported local productions that later became global hits. This strategy was expensive and complicated. It would have been much simpler to offer the same content library worldwide. But Netflix understood that entertainment preferences vary dramatically between cultures. Traditional media companies typically chose one extreme or the other. Some offered identical content everywhere, which felt foreign to local audiences. Others created completely separate services for each country, which was extremely expensive and prevented them from achieving global scale. Wall Street analysts were deeply divided about Netflix's long-term prospects. Some saw the company as a revolutionary force that would reshape the entire entertainment industry. Others viewed it as an overhyped technology company that would eventually be crushed by much larger competitors. The optimists pointed to Netflix's rapid subscriber growth and their success in international markets. They believed the company was building an unassailable competitive advantage through their data analytics and original content. The pessimists worried about Netflix's massive spending on content creation. The company was borrowing billions of dollars to fund original programming with no guarantee these investments would pay off. They also feared that traditional media giants like Disney would eventually launch competing services and reclaim their content. These different perspectives led to wild swings in Netflix's stock price. Some quarters, investors celebrated the company's growth and drove the stock to new highs. Other quarters, concerns about spending and competition caused the stock to plummet. Reed Hastings, Netflix's CEO, consistently argued for a long-term perspective. He believed that short-term losses were necessary to build lasting competitive advantages. He was willing to sacrifice current profits to invest in future growth. This approach was controversial among investors who preferred steady, predictable returns. Many questioned whether Netflix could ever become profitable given their enormous content spending. Real stories of success and failure reveal more about business strategy than any textbook theory. The battle between Netflix and its competitors created some of the most dramatic corporate victories and defeats in modern business history. Blockbuster's downfall was not inevitable. The company had numerous opportunities to adapt and compete with Netflix. Their failure provides a masterclass in how successful companies can destroy themselves through poor strategic decisions. In 2000, Netflix was still a small company struggling to survive the dot-com crash. Reed Hastings and Mark Randolph actually flew to Dallas to meet with Blockbuster executives. They offered to sell Netflix for $50 million. Blockbuster's leadership laughed at the proposal. They could not imagine how a mail-order DVD service could threaten their empire of physical stores. This rejection would later be remembered as one of the worst business decisions in corporate history. But it was not Blockbuster's only mistake. When Blockbuster finally recognized the threat Netflix posed, they launched their own mail-order service called Blockbuster Online. The service was technically competent and had some advantages over Netflix. Blockbuster customers could return their mailed DVDs to physical stores, and immediately get new ones rather than waiting for the postal service. However, Blockbuster made a crucial error. They were afraid their mail order service would hurt their profitable physical stores. Store managers complained that the online service was stealing their customers. Corporate executives worried about cannibalizing their existing business. This fear caused Blockbuster to underinvest in their online service and prioritize protecting their stores. They never fully committed to the new model. Netflix, having no physical stores to protect, could focus entirely on perfecting their mail order experience. When streaming technology emerged, Blockbuster repeated the same mistake. They were slow to develop streaming capabilities because they worried about hurting their DVD rental business. By the time they launched a streaming service, Netflix had a massive head start. Blockbuster also failed to understand changing consumer preferences. They continued to focus on new releases and blockbuster movies, assuming customers wanted the same things they had always wanted. Netflix discovered that their subscribers were interested in exploring older movies and niche content that physical stores never carried. The final blow came during the 2008 financial recession. Consumers were looking for ways to reduce expenses, and entertainment was an obvious target. Netflix's unlimited monthly subscription suddenly looked much more attractive than paying $4 for each individual rental. Blockbuster filed for bankruptcy in 2010. Their last corporate-operated store closed in 2013. A company that once employed over 80,000 people and operated 9,000 stores worldwide was reduced to a single franchise location in Bend, Oregon. Netflix's decision to create original programming was risky and expensive. They needed their first major series to succeed. Failure would not only waste millions of dollars, but also damage their credibility with both subscribers and the entertainment industry. They chose to remake House of Cards, a British political drama from the 1990s. The American version would star Kevin Spacey as a ruthless politician willing to do anything for power. David Fincher, the acclaimed director of movies like Fight Club and The Social Network, would direct the first episodes. This project broke every rule of traditional television. Networks typically ordered a pilot episode first, then decided whether to fund an entire season. Netflix committed to 2 full seasons up front, worth over $100 million, without filming a single scene. Traditional network executives thought this approach was insane. Television was an iterative process. You made adjustments based on audience feedback and network notes. How could Netflix commit so much money without knowing if the show would work? Netflix had advantages that traditional networks lacked. Their data showed exactly what their subscribers watched and enjoyed. They knew that subscribers who liked political dramas also enjoyed dark, complex characters. They had evidence that David Fincher's movies were extremely popular on their platform. Most importantly, Netflix was not trying to appeal to the broadest possible audience like network television. They only needed to create content that their existing subscribers would love, and that would attract new subscribers who fit their target demographics. House of Cards premiered in February 2013. Netflix released all 13 episodes simultaneously, allowing viewers to watch at their own pace. This binge-watching model was revolutionary. Traditional television released 1 episode per week to maximize advertising revenue and extend viewer engagement. The show was both a critical and commercial success. It earned Emmy nominations and won a Golden Globe. More importantly for Netflix, it drove significant subscriber growth and proved that streaming services could create content that rivaled traditional networks. House of Cards changed how the entertainment industry viewed Netflix. They were no longer just a technology company that licensed content. They were a legitimate competitor to HBO, Showtime, and the major broadcast networks. Not all of Netflix's decisions were successful. In 2011, the company made one of the worst strategic communications mistakes in business history. Netflix had been offering both DVD by mail and streaming services for one low monthly price. As streaming grew more popular and expensive to operate, the company wanted to separate these services and charge separately for each. Instead of gradually transitioning customers or clearly explaining the benefits, Netflix announced that they would split into 2 separate companies. The DVD service would be called Quickster and would operate independently from the streaming service, which would keep the Netflix name. Customers would need separate accounts, separate billing, and separate websites to access both services. If they wanted to rate movies or manage their queues, they would have to log into 2 different systems. The announcement was a disaster. Customers felt deceived and abandoned. They had grown accustomed to one simple service that provided all their home entertainment needs. Now they were being forced to juggle 2 separate companies with no additional benefits. The backlash was swift and brutal. Hundreds of thousands of customers canceled their subscriptions. Netflix's stock price fell by over 50% in a few months. Late-night comedians mocked the decision. Customer service representatives were overwhelmed with angry calls. Reed Hastings initially tried to defend the decision by explaining the technical and business reasons behind it. This made the situation worse. Customers did not care about Netflix's internal operational challenges. They only cared about their own experience getting worse. Within weeks, Netflix reversed course. They abandoned the Quickster brand and kept both services under the Netflix umbrella. Hastings issued a public apology, admitting they had moved too fast and communicated poorly. The Quickster failure taught Netflix valuable lessons about managing customer expectations and the importance of clear communication. It also demonstrated that even successful companies could make catastrophic mistakes when they lost touch with their customers' perspectives. Netflix's global expansion produced both spectacular successes and humbling failures. Each international market taught the company different lessons about adapting their service to local preferences and regulations. Their expansion into the United Kingdom was remarkably smooth. British audiences already spoke English and had similar entertainment preferences to Americans. The regulatory environment was favorable, and broadband internet infrastructure was well developed. Netflix launched in the UK in 2012 with a strong library of American and British content. They quickly gained subscribers and became a significant player in the British entertainment market. Within a few years, they were producing original British programming and competing directly with the BBC and other established broadcasters. Latin America presented different challenges and opportunities. Internet infrastructure was less developed in many countries, and economic conditions made the monthly subscription fees more significant for average consumers. However, Netflix discovered that Latin American audiences had enormous appetites for both local content and American programming. They invested heavily in Spanish and Portuguese language original series. Shows like Narcos and Casa de Papel became global hits that attracted subscribers worldwide, not just in Latin America. This success validated Netflix's strategy of creating local content that could appeal to international audiences. China represented Netflix's biggest international failure. The Chinese government maintains strict control over foreign media companies and requires them to partner with local companies. Netflix spent years trying to negotiate entry into the Chinese market, but ultimately failed to reach an acceptable agreement. This failure was particularly painful because China represents the world's largest potential streaming market. Netflix's competitors, including local Chinese companies and other American streaming services, found ways to operate in China while Netflix remained locked out. The China experience taught Netflix that some markets might remain permanently inaccessible despite their global ambitions. It also highlighted the importance of government relations and regulatory compliance in international expansion. Netflix's rise was accompanied by the struggles and failures of numerous competitors who misunderstood the streaming market or executed poorly. Many traditional media companies launched streaming services that felt like afterthoughts to their main businesses. These services had limited content libraries, poor user interfaces, and inconsistent availability. They treated streaming as a way to extract additional revenue from existing content rather than as a fundamental shift in how people consume entertainment. Some competitors tried to compete on price alone. They offered free services supported by advertising or very low-cost subscriptions. However, they underestimated how much consumers valued the ad-free experience and extensive content libraries that Netflix provided. Others focused too narrowly on specific types of content. Sports streaming services, news streaming services, and genre-specific services all struggled to achieve the scale necessary to compete with Netflix's comprehensive offering. The most successful competitors were those who learned from Netflix's approach while leveraging their own unique advantages. Amazon Prime Video succeeded by bundling streaming with their existing Prime membership program. Disney Plus succeeded by offering their extensive library of beloved family content at a lower price than Netflix. These successes validated Netflix's basic approach while proving that the streaming market was large enough to support multiple major players. Every transformational story has moments when everything changes. For Netflix, several breakthrough decisions and insights transformed them from a DVD rental company into a global entertainment giant. These turning points reveal how vision, timing, and bold decision-making can reshape entire industries. The decision to prioritize streaming over DVD by mail was Netflix's most important strategic choice. This transition was not obvious or easy. DVDs were profitable and popular. Streaming technology was unproven and expensive. In 2007, Netflix's DVD business was thriving. They had millions of subscribers who were happy with the mail order service. The postal system was reliable, and DVD quality was excellent. Many executives at other companies would have focused on optimizing and protecting this successful business. Reed Hastings saw something different. He understood that internet speeds were improving rapidly and would eventually make streaming high-quality video practical for most consumers. He also recognized that streaming offered advantages that physical media could never match. With streaming, Netflix could offer instant gratification. Customers could start watching movies immediately instead of waiting for delivery. They could watch the same content on multiple devices. Most importantly, streaming eliminated the physical constraints that limited their DVD inventory. The transition was gradual, but deliberate. Netflix began offering streaming as a free addition to their DVD subscriptions. This allowed them to experiment with the technology and build their streaming library without disrupting their core business. As streaming became more popular, Netflix gradually shifted their resources and attention. They invested less in expanding their DVD catalog and more in acquiring streaming rights. They redesigned their website and mobile apps to emphasize streaming content. This transition required enormous faith in an unproven technology. Streaming quality was often poor in the early years due to slow internet connections and technical limitations. Many customers complained about buffering, low resolution, and limited content selection. Netflix persisted because they could see the long-term potential. They understood that technology problems were temporary, while the fundamental advantages of streaming were permanent. Reed Hastings possessed an unusual combination of technical understanding and entertainment industry insight. While other executives saw streaming as a novelty or threat, he envisioned it as the inevitable future of all entertainment consumption. Hastings predicted that internet-delivered content would eventually replace not just DVD rentals, but also broadcast television, cable TV, and movie theaters. He believed that consumers would prefer the convenience and control that streaming offered over traditional scheduled programming. This vision seemed absurd to many people in 2007. Internet connections were slow and unreliable. Most people still watch television on scheduled times determined by broadcast networks. The idea that people would abandon their television sets to watch shows on computer screens seemed unlikely. Hastings understood that technology trends were moving in Netflix's favor. Internet speeds were doubling every few years. Computer screens were getting larger and higher quality. Mobile devices were becoming more powerful and portable. He also recognized changing consumer behaviors that traditional media companies were ignoring. People wanted to watch content on their own schedules. They preferred commercial-free experiences. They enjoyed discovering new content through recommendations rather than channel surfing. Most importantly, Hastings saw that the internet would eliminate geographic boundaries for entertainment distribution. A streaming service could serve customers worldwide with the same infrastructure. This global scale would provide enormous competitive advantages over regional broadcasters and cable companies. His vision extended beyond just changing how people watched entertainment. He believed that data analytics would revolutionize how entertainment was created. Instead of guessing what audiences wanted, content creators could use viewing data to make informed decisions about what to produce. The technical challenges of streaming high-quality video to millions of simultaneous users were enormous. Early streaming services often crashed during popular shows or delivered poor quality video that frustrated viewers. Netflix invested heavily in solving these technical problems. They built their own content delivery network to ensure smooth streaming worldwide. They developed adaptive streaming technology that automatically adjusted video quality based on each viewer's internet connection. They also pioneered techniques for predicting and preloading content that users were likely to watch. If their algorithms predicted that someone would start watching a particular show, they could begin downloading it to that person's device before they even clicked play. These technical innovations were invisible to users, but critical to Netflix's success. While competitors struggled with technical problems, Netflix provided a consistently smooth viewing experience that kept customers satisfied. The breakthrough came when Netflix realized they needed to control their entire technology stack. Instead of relying on third-party solutions, they built their own systems optimized specifically for streaming video. This required hiring hundreds of engineers and spending hundreds of millions of dollars on technology infrastructure. Many investors questioned whether an entertainment company needed such massive technology investments. Netflix proved that superior technology was essential for competing in the streaming market. Their technical advantages allowed them to scale globally and provide better user experiences than competitors who relied on off-the-shelf solutions. The decision to create original programming was perhaps Netflix's boldest strategic move. It required them to compete directly with Hollywood studios that had decades of experience and established relationships throughout the entertainment industry. Netflix realized that licensing content from other companies was ultimately unsustainable. Content owners were becoming competitors as they launched their own streaming services. They could withdraw their content from Netflix at any time or demand increasingly expensive licensing fees. Creating original content would give Netflix permanent ownership of valuable entertainment properties. They could offer exclusive content that competitors could not access. They could also customize content specifically for their audience's preferences based on their detailed viewing data. The transition from distributor to creator required developing entirely new capabilities. Netflix needed to hire experienced producers, directors, and writers. They needed to understand complex entertainment industry contracts and regulations. They needed to manage massive production budgets and schedules. Their first major success, House of Cards, proved that streaming services could create content that rivaled traditional television networks. This success attracted top talent who were eager to work with a company that offered creative freedom and global distribution. Netflix's content creation strategy was different from traditional studios in several important ways. They were willing to take risks on unconventional projects that networks might reject. They provided creators with detailed data about audience preferences. They distributed content globally simultaneously, rather than releasing it in different markets over time. The data analytics revolution Netflix accumulated the largest database of entertainment viewing preferences in human history. This data revealed patterns and insights that transformed how they made decisions about everything from content creation to user interface design. Traditional entertainment companies made decisions based on focus groups, industry experience, and intuition. Netflix could make decisions based on the actual behavior of millions of viewers watching billions of hours of content. Their data revealed surprising insights that contradicted conventional wisdom. For example, they discovered that people were more likely to finish watching a series if they started it on certain days of the week. They learned that the thumbnail image displayed for each title significantly influenced whether people chose to watch it. Netflix used this data to create sophisticated recommendation algorithms that helped viewers discover new content they would enjoy. These recommendations kept people engaged with the service and reduced the likelihood they would cancel their subscriptions. The data also informed their content creation decisions. They could identify gaps in their content library where demand exceeded supply. They could predict which types of shows or movies would be most popular with their subscribers. This analytical approach gave Netflix significant advantages over competitors who continued to rely on traditional decision-making methods. They could test and optimize every aspect of their service based on real user behavior rather than assumptions or guesswork. The culture of innovation and risk-taking. Netflix's success was not just about individual strategic decisions, but about creating a corporate culture that encouraged experimentation and calculated risk-taking. This culture became their most sustainable competitive advantage. The company was willing to abandon successful practices if they believed better alternatives existed. They constantly tested new features, content types, and business models. They were not afraid to fail as long as they learned from their failures. This approach was unusual in both the technology and entertainment industries. Most companies become more conservative as they grow larger and more successful. They focus on protecting their existing advantages rather than pursuing new opportunities. Netflix maintained their entrepreneurial mindset, even as they became a global corporation with hundreds of millions of subscribers. They continued to make bold bets on new technologies, content formats, and international markets. Reed Hastings fostered this culture by encouraging employees to take intelligent risks and learn from mistakes. He published their internal culture document publicly, emphasizing values like freedom, responsibility, and innovation. This culture attracted talented employees who wanted to work at a company that was constantly pushing boundaries and creating new possibilities. It also enabled Netflix to adapt quickly to changing market conditions and consumer preferences. The combination of data-driven decision-making and willingness to take risks created a powerful formula for sustained innovation. Netflix could identify opportunities through data analysis and then act boldly to pursue those opportunities before competitors recognized them. These turning points transformed Netflix from a small DVD rental company into one of the world's most valuable media companies. Their story demonstrates how vision, technology, and culture can combine to create revolutionary change in established industries. The insights and breakthroughs that drove Netflix's success continue to influence how companies in every industry think about innovation, customer experience, and strategic transformation. After years of experimentation and learning from both successes and failures, Netflix discovered their winning formula. This was not a single brilliant insight, but a collection of interconnected strategies that work together like pieces of a puzzle. Netflix built everything around one simple idea: make customers so happy they never want to leave. This sounds obvious, but most companies actually focus on making money first and hope customers stay satisfied. Netflix did the opposite. They focused on customer satisfaction first and trusted that profits would follow. This philosophy shaped every decision they made. When customers complained about late fees, Netflix eliminated them entirely. When customers wanted more convenience, Netflix invested in streaming technology even though it was expensive and unproven. When customers desired more content choices, Netflix expanded their library even when it hurt short-term profits. Traditional entertainment companies thought this approach was naive. They believed customers would always choose the cheapest option regardless of service quality. Netflix proved them wrong by showing that customers would pay premium prices for premium experiences. The company measured customer satisfaction in ways that other businesses ignored. They tracked how often people watched their recommended content. They monitored how quickly people found something they wanted to watch. They even studied when and why people canceled their subscriptions. This obsessive focus on customer experience created a virtuous cycle. Happy customers stayed longer and recommended the service to friends. Lower customer turnover meant Netflix could invest more money in content and technology improvements. Better content and technology made customers even happier. Netflix transformed gut instinct decision-making into a science. Every choice was backed by data from millions of real customers watching billions of hours of content. Traditional movie studios relied on focus groups and industry experience to make decisions. A dozen people in a conference room would watch a movie trailer and share their opinions. Studio executives would use this feedback to decide whether to spend millions of dollars producing and marketing the film. Netflix had access to much better information. They could see exactly what millions of people actually watched, not just what they said they would watch. They knew which movies people finished and which they abandoned halfway through. They understood viewing patterns that revealed true preferences rather than social expectations. This data revealed surprising insights that contradicted industry conventional wisdom. For example, Netflix discovered that people were much more interested in international content than anyone had imagined. Shows from South Korea, Spain, and Brazil attracted massive global audiences when given proper promotion and subtitles. The data also showed that people's entertainment preferences were much more diverse than traditional categories suggested. Someone who loved romantic comedies might also enjoy true crime documentaries. A fan of action movies might binge-watch cooking shows. These patterns were invisible to traditional research methods, but obvious in Netflix's viewing data. Netflix used this information to make better content investments. Instead of trying to create blockbuster hits that appealed to everyone, they created diverse content that appealed to different audience segments. This strategy was more expensive, but also more effective at keeping subscribers engaged. Netflix's winning approach had three essential components that worked together. Technology infrastructure provided the foundation. Content strategy attracted and retained customers. Global expansion multiplied their impact and revenue potential. The technology component involved building the world's most sophisticated video streaming platform. This required massive investments in servers, software, and engineering talent. Netflix needed to deliver high-quality video to millions of simultaneous viewers without interruption or delays. Most companies would have tried to minimize these technology costs by using existing solutions or outsourcing to other providers. Netflix chose to build their own systems because they understood that superior technology was essential for providing superior customer experiences. The content strategy evolved from simply licensing existing movies and shows to creating exclusive original programming. This transition was risky and expensive, but necessary for long-term success. Netflix needed content that competitors could not offer to differentiate their service. Global expansion allowed Netflix to spread their technology and content costs across a much larger subscriber base. A single original series could attract viewers in dozens of countries, making expensive productions economically viable. International expansion also provided access to talent and stories that enriched their content offerings worldwide. These three strategies reinforced each other. Better technology enabled global expansion. Global scale justified larger content investments. Better content attracted more subscribers who supported further technology improvements. The biggest challenge facing Netflix was the escalating cost of entertainment content. As streaming became more popular, content owners demanded higher licensing fees. Worse, many content owners were becoming competitors by launching their own streaming services. Netflix's solution was revolutionary but risky. Instead of paying other companies for their content, Netflix would create their own. This required learning an entirely new business, while continuing to operate their existing service. The transition began with small experiments. Netflix funded a few original documentaries and comedy specials to test their ability to create content. These projects were relatively inexpensive and allowed Netflix to develop relationships with producers and talent. The breakthrough came with House of Cards, their first major original series. This project demonstrated that Netflix could create content that rivaled traditional television networks. More importantly, it proved that exclusive original content could drive significant subscriber growth. Netflix gradually increased their investments in original programming. They expanded from series to movies, from English language content to international productions, from scripted dramas to reality shows and documentaries. This diversification reduced their risk while maximizing their appeal to different audience segments. The strategy was expensive in the short term, but transformational in the long term. Netflix borrowed billions of dollars to fund content creation, causing concern among investors who worried about the company's debt levels. However, this investment created a library of exclusive content that competitors could not access or replicate. Netflix's approach to global expansion balanced standardization with localization. They used the same technology platform worldwide, but adapted their content strategy for different regions and cultures. The standardization component involved creating a single streaming platform that could operate anywhere in the world. This was technically challenging because different countries had different internet infrastructures, payment systems, and regulatory requirements. However, standardization allowed Netflix to achieve enormous economies of scale. The localization component involved understanding and respecting cultural differences in entertainment preferences. Netflix invested heavily in local content production in major markets like India, Brazil, and South Korea. They also hired local executives who understood regional preferences and business practices. This balanced approach was more expensive than either pure standardization or pure localization, but it was also more effective. Netflix could offer both familiar international content and locally relevant programming to subscribers in each market. The strategy created unexpected benefits. Some local content productions became global hits that attracted subscribers worldwide. Shows like Money Heist from Spain and Squid Game from South Korea demonstrated that great storytelling could transcend cultural and language barriers when given proper global distribution. Netflix solved one of the most important problems in the digital age. How do you help people find content they will enjoy when you offer thousands of options? Traditional television solved this problem through scheduled programming and limited choices. People watched whatever was broadcast at specific times. Video stores solved it through physical organization and staff recommendations. Neither approach worked for unlimited on-demand entertainment. Netflix developed sophisticated algorithms that analyzed viewing patterns to predict what each individual subscriber would enjoy. These recommendations were not based on demographics or stated preferences, but on actual viewing behavior. The system learned from every interaction. When someone clicked on a show but stopped watching after 5 minutes, the algorithm noted that the recommendation was poor. When someone binge-watched an entire series, the system learned about their preferences for that type of content. Over time, these recommendations became remarkably accurate. Netflix could suggest content that subscribers did not even know they would enjoy. This discovery process kept people engaged with the service and reduced the likelihood they would run out of interesting things to watch. The recommendation system also influenced Netflix's content creation decisions. They could identify gaps in their programming where subscriber demand exceeded available content. This data-driven approach to content development was more efficient than traditional methods based on intuition and industry trends. Netflix continuously refined their subscription model to maximize both customer satisfaction and long-term revenue. This involved finding the right balance between price and value, while encouraging customers to stay subscribed for years rather than months. The monthly subscription model was superior to per-transaction pricing because it aligned Netflix's interests with their customers' interests. Netflix made more money when customers watched more content and stayed subscribed longer. This encouraged them to constantly improve their service rather than trying to maximize individual transaction values. Netflix experimented with different pricing tiers and service levels to appeal to different customer segments. They offered basic plans for price-sensitive customers and premium plans for customers who wanted higher quality video and more simultaneous streams. They also used data to optimize pricing in different markets. Countries with lower average incomes received lower subscription prices, making the service accessible to more people while still generating positive contribution margins. The subscription model created predictable recurring revenue that allowed Netflix to make long-term investments in content and technology. This financial stability was crucial for competing against much larger traditional media companies. Having identified their winning strategy, Netflix faced the enormous challenge of executing these plans while continuing to serve millions of existing customers. Implementation required careful coordination across technology, content, and international expansion initiatives. Netflix's transition from DVD by mail to streaming required delicate balancing. They needed to invest heavily in streaming while maintaining their profitable DVD business. Moving too fast would alienate DVD customers. Moving too slowly would allow competitors to gain streaming market share. The company chose a gradual transition strategy that lasted several years. Initially, streaming was offered as a free addition to DVD subscriptions. This allowed customers to experiment with streaming without feeling pressured to abandon DVDs immediately. Netflix redesigned their website to prominently feature streaming content while still supporting DVD queue management. They developed new mobile apps focused entirely on streaming while maintaining separate tools for DVD customers. The transition required massive customer education efforts. Many subscribers did not understand what streaming meant or how it differed from DVDs. Netflix created tutorials, sent explanatory emails, and provided customer service training to help people understand the new technology. Netflix also had to manage internal resistance to change. Many employees had built their careers around the DVD business and were reluctant to abandon proven methods for unproven streaming technology. Leadership had to constantly communicate the long-term vision while acknowledging short-term challenges. The DVD business actually grew during the early streaming years as Netflix continued to improve their mail order operations. However, the company gradually shifted marketing spending and management attention towards streaming. New feature development focused on streaming, while DVD functionality received only maintenance updates. This measured approach allowed Netflix to maintain revenue during the transition while building streaming capabilities. By the time streaming became their primary business, they had learned valuable lessons about managing technological change without disrupting customer relationships. Creating a streaming service that could serve hundreds of millions of customers worldwide required unprecedented technology investments. Netflix needed to build systems that could deliver high-quality video anywhere in the world while adapting to local internet conditions and regulatory requirements. The infrastructure challenge had several components. Netflix needed massive server capacity to store and deliver content. They needed sophisticated software to manage user accounts, process payments, and provide recommendations. They needed global content delivery networks to ensure fast streaming speeds regardless of geographic location. Netflix chose to build most of these systems internally rather than relying on existing technology providers. This decision was expensive, but gave them complete control over the customer experience. They could optimize every component specifically for streaming video rather than using general-purpose solutions. The engineering effort involved hiring thousands of software developers, systems administrators, and data scientists. Netflix competed with technology giants like Google and Amazon for top talent by offering competitive compensation and the opportunity to work on cutting-edge problems. Netflix also had to solve problems that no other company had faced before. How do you stream the same video to viewers with vastly different internet connection speeds? How do you predict and preload content that users are likely to watch? How do you prevent service interruptions when millions of people try to watch the same popular show simultaneously? The solutions required constant innovation and experimentation. Netflix developed new compression algorithms to reduce bandwidth requirements. They created adaptive streaming technology that automatically adjusted video quality based on network conditions. They built machine learning systems that could predict and prevent technical problems before they affected customers. This technology infrastructure became one of Netflix's most important competitive advantages. While competitors struggled with technical problems, Netflix provided consistently smooth streaming experiences that kept customers satisfied and loyal. Netflix's transformation from content distributor to content creator required developing entirely new capabilities while maintaining their existing operations. This transition involved creative, business, and operational challenges that traditional media companies had decades to solve. The process began with hiring experienced entertainment industry executives who understood content production. Ted Sarandos, who joined Netflix in 2000, gradually built a team of producers, talent scouts, and development executives with relationships throughout Hollywood. Netflix had to learn complex entertainment industry practices like talent contracts, production budgets, and international distribution rights. They needed to understand union requirements, insurance policies, and the hundreds of other details involved in creating professional entertainment content. The company started with smaller projects to minimize risk while building capabilities. They funded documentaries, comedy specials, and limited series that required smaller investments than major movies or long-running television shows. Each project taught Netflix valuable lessons about content creation. They learned how to work with creative talent who had different priorities and working styles than technology professionals. They discovered how to balance creative freedom with business requirements and budget constraints. Netflix's approach to content creation was different from traditional studios in several important ways. They provided creators with more creative control and less network interference. They used data analytics to inform creative decisions without stifling artistic vision. They offered global distribution from day one, rather than gradual market-by-market releases. This different approach attracted top talent who were frustrated with traditional studio bureaucracy and limitations. Directors, writers, and actors began choosing Netflix projects over traditional network opportunities because of greater creative freedom and global reach. The content creation strategy required enormous financial investments. Netflix borrowed billions of dollars to fund original programming, causing concern among investors and analysts who worried about the company's debt levels and profitability timeline. However, these investments created lasting competitive advantages. Netflix built a library of exclusive content that competitors could not access. They developed relationships with top creative talent. Most importantly, they proved that technology companies could create entertainment content that rivaled traditional media companies. Netflix's success required partnerships with talent, production companies, and technology providers who shared their vision and could help execute their ambitious plans. The company developed new types of talent relationships that differed from traditional Hollywood contracts. Instead of project-by-project deals, Netflix offered overall deals that gave creators guaranteed income in exchange for exclusive content development. These partnerships attracted established talent who wanted more creative control and predictable income. They also helped Netflix discover and develop new talent who might have been overlooked by traditional studios. Netflix partnered with production companies around the world to create local content for international markets. These partnerships allowed Netflix to enter new countries with locally relevant programming while building relationships with regional creative communities. The company also formed strategic technology partnerships with device manufacturers to ensure Netflix apps were available on smart TVs, game consoles, and mobile devices. These partnerships were crucial for making streaming convenient and accessible for mainstream audiences. Netflix's partnership strategy was based on mutual benefit, rather than traditional power relationships. They offered partners global distribution, data insights, and creative freedom in exchange for exclusive content and strategic cooperation. Netflix's global expansion followed a carefully planned approach that balanced speed with quality. They could not afford to move too slowly and allow competitors to establish dominance in international markets. However, they also needed to ensure that their service worked properly in each new country. The expansion process began with extensive market research to understand local entertainment preferences, internet infrastructure, and regulatory requirements. Netflix hired local executives and consultants who understood cultural nuances and business practices. Each market launch involved adapting their technology platform for local languages, currencies, and payment methods. They needed to negotiate content licensing agreements that complied with local regulations while providing attractive programming selections. Netflix also invested in local content production to demonstrate their commitment to each market and provide programming that global content could not replace. These investments were expensive, but necessary for long-term success in competitive international markets. The systematic approach allowed Netflix to learn from each market entry and apply those lessons to subsequent expansions. They developed standardized processes for market research, technology adaptation, content acquisition, and marketing that accelerated future launches. International expansion also created unexpected synergies. Content created for one market often attracted audiences in other countries, maximizing the return on content investments. Global scale allowed Netflix to bid competitively for premium content and talent that smaller regional services could not afford. Behind Netflix's corporate success were individuals whose vision, leadership, and expertise made transformation possible. The company's story demonstrates how individual contributions can create organizational change that reshapes entire industries. Reed Hastings provided the strategic vision and leadership persistence necessary to transform Netflix from a DVD rental service into a global entertainment platform. His background in both technology and education gave him unique perspectives that traditional media executives lacked. Hastings understood technology trends that would reshape entertainment consumption. He recognized that internet speeds would improve dramatically and that consumers would prefer on-demand content over scheduled programming. This technological insight allowed Netflix to invest in streaming capabilities before their necessity was obvious to competitors. His leadership style emphasized long-term thinking over short-term results. While Wall Street analysts worried about quarterly profits, Hastings focused on building sustainable competitive advantages that would create value over years and decades. Hastings was willing to make unpopular decisions when he believed they served long-term customer interests. The controversial decision to separate DVD and streaming services, although ultimately reversed, demonstrated his commitment to preparing Netflix for a streaming future. His transparency and communication skills helped Netflix navigate periods of significant change and investor skepticism. Hastings regularly explained the company's strategy through investor letters, interviews, and public presentations that built confidence in Netflix's long-term direction. Perhaps most importantly, Hastings created a corporate culture that attracted talented employees and encouraged innovation. His published culture document became famous throughout Silicon Valley for its emphasis on freedom, responsibility, and excellence. Ted Sarandos joined Netflix in 2000 as their content acquisition executive and gradually built their entertainment industry capabilities. His relationships throughout Hollywood and understanding of viewer preferences were crucial for Netflix's evolution into content creation. Sarandos came from the video rental industry and understood customer viewing patterns in ways that traditional television executives did not. He recognized that Netflix subscribers had different preferences and viewing behaviors than broadcast television audiences. His content strategy balanced popular mainstream programming with niche content that served specific audience segments. This approach was more expensive than focusing only on blockbuster content, but it also created more loyal subscribers who felt that Netflix understood their individual preferences. Sarandos championed Netflix's move into original content creation when many people within the company thought it was too risky and expensive. He convinced Reed Hastings and other executives that exclusive content was necessary for long-term competitive differentiation. His relationships with talent and producers enabled Netflix to attract top creative professionals who might have been skeptical of working with a technology company. Sarandos understood creative processes and could communicate effectively with entertainment industry professionals. Under his leadership, Netflix's content organization grew from a small licensing team to a global production operation that creates content in dozens of countries and multiple languages. This expansion required managing thousands of creative projects while maintaining quality standards and budget discipline. Netflix's technical achievements required exceptional engineering talent who could solve problems that no other company had previously encountered. These engineers created the technology foundation that enabled global streaming and personalized recommendations. The engineering team had to solve scalability challenges that grew exponentially with Netflix's success. Serving 10 million customers required completely different solutions than serving 100 million customers. The technology that worked for one country often needed redesign for global deployment. Netflix engineers pioneered new approaches to cloud computing, content delivery, and data analytics that influenced the entire technology industry. Their innovations in microservices architecture and chaos engineering became standard practices adopted by other technology companies. The recommendation system required breakthrough advances in machine learning and data processing. Engineers had to analyze viewing patterns from hundreds of millions of users to generate personalized suggestions in real time. Netflix's engineering culture emphasized experimentation and learning from failure. Teams were encouraged to test new approaches and abandon ideas that did not work. This culture of intelligent risk-taking accelerated innovation and prevented the company from becoming too conservative as it grew larger. The technical infrastructure also had to support creative workflows for content production. Engineers built systems for managing global content libraries, international distribution rights, and multi-language subtitles and dubbing. These tools enabled Netflix's content teams to operate efficiently at global scale. Netflix's success depended on creative talent, who were willing to work with a new type of entertainment company that offered different opportunities and constraints than traditional studios and networks. Early content partnerships were crucial for establishing Netflix's credibility within the entertainment industry. Successful projects like House of Cards demonstrated that Netflix could create high-quality programming that attracted both audiences and critical recognition. Netflix offered creators several advantages over traditional studios. They provided more creative freedom and less executive interference. They offered global distribution from day one rather than gradual market expansion. They used data analytics to support creative decisions rather than relying solely on intuition and focus groups. These advantages attracted established talent who were frustrated with traditional studio bureaucracy. Directors like David Fincher and actors like Kevin Spacey chose Netflix projects over traditional network opportunities because of greater creative control and global reach. Netflix also invested in developing new talent who might have been overlooked by traditional studios. They funded projects by diverse creators and supported experimental formats that conventional networks considered too risky. The exclusive partnership model created mutual benefits for Netflix and creators. Creators received guaranteed funding and global distribution. Netflix received unique content that differentiated their service from competitors. These partnerships also enabled Netflix to enter new international markets with locally relevant content. Collaborations with regional creators provided authentic programming that global content could not replace while building relationships with local creative communities. Netflix's early customers played a crucial role in refining their service and validating their strategic decisions. These subscribers provided feedback that influenced product development and demonstrated market demand that convinced investors to support continued expansion. Early DVD by mail customers were unusually patient with service limitations, like long delivery times and limited selection. Their willingness to experiment with a new service model provided Netflix with time to improve their operations and build competitive advantages. When Netflix introduced streaming, early adopters tolerated poor video quality and technical problems because they valued the convenience and selection that streaming offered. Their feedback helped Netflix identify and resolve technical issues before streaming became mainstream. These customers also provided valuable data about viewing preferences and usage patterns. Netflix analyzed this information to make better content acquisition decisions and develop more accurate recommendation algorithms. Early international subscribers helped Netflix understand how their service needed to adapt for different markets. Their preferences and feedback influenced content localization strategies and technology modifications for various countries. The loyalty of early customers gave Netflix confidence to make bold strategic investments like original content creation and global expansion. Knowing that their core audience supported their vision enabled Netflix leadership to focus on long-term growth rather than short-term satisfaction metrics. Netflix developed a distinctive company culture that attracted exceptional talent across technology, content, and business operations. This culture became a competitive advantage that enabled rapid growth and innovation. The culture emphasized high performance and personal responsibility rather than traditional corporate hierarchy and bureaucracy. Employees were given significant freedom to make decisions and were held accountable for results rather than adherence to processes. Netflix's compensation philosophy focused on retaining top talent through competitive pay and equity ownership. They preferred to hire fewer exceptional employees rather than larger numbers of average performers. The company's transparency about strategic goals and challenges helped employees understand how their work contributed to overall success. This clarity of purpose motivated exceptional performance and reduced typical corporate politics. Netflix also supported professional development and career growth in ways that encouraged long-term employee retention. They provided opportunities for employees to work on cutting-edge problems and take on increasing responsibilities as the company expanded globally. This culture attracted professionals who might have worked for other technology companies or traditional media companies. Netflix offered the innovation opportunities of a technology startup, combined with the resources and impact of a major entertainment company. The talent that Netflix attracted then contributed to further cultural strengthening and business success, creating a virtuous cycle that sustained the company's competitive advantages over time. Netflix's transformation created ripple effects that extended far beyond their own business success. Their innovations changed how people consume entertainment, how content is created and distributed, and how entire industries think about technology and customer relationships. Netflix's success forced the entire entertainment industry to reconsider fundamental assumptions about how content should be created, distributed, and monetized. Traditional models that had worked for decades suddenly seemed outdated and inefficient. The shift from scheduled programming to on-demand viewing changed how people thought about television. Instead of planning their schedules around favorite shows, viewers expected to watch content whenever and wherever they chose. This transformation affected not just streaming services, but also traditional broadcasters who had to adapt their strategies. Netflix proved that global distribution could happen simultaneously rather than through gradual market-by-market releases. Traditional studios had always released movies in theaters first, then DVD, then television, with months or years between each stage. Netflix demonstrated that global streaming releases could be more profitable and customer-friendly. The company's success with international content challenged Hollywood's assumption that American entertainment was inherently superior to content from other countries. Shows like Money Heist from Spain and Squid Game from South Korea became global phenomena that attracted more viewers than many American productions. Netflix's data-driven approach to content creation influenced how other companies evaluate and develop entertainment projects. Traditional reliance on focus groups and industry experience began giving way to analytics and viewer behavior data. The subscription model proved more profitable than advertising-supported television for certain types of content. This realization led to the creation of numerous streaming services as traditional media companies tried to capture subscription revenue directly, rather than relying on advertising. Netflix's success contributed to the decline of entire industries built around physical media distribution. Video rental stores, DVD sales, and related retail businesses were fundamentally disrupted by streaming technology. Blockbuster's bankruptcy was the most visible symbol of this transformation, but thousands of independent video stores also closed as customers shifted to streaming. These closures affected not just business owners, but also communities that had relied on local video stores for entertainment discovery and social interaction. The decline of physical media also affected manufacturing and logistics industries that had supported DVD and Blu-ray production and distribution. Factories, transportation companies, and retail workers all experienced economic disruption as physical media demand collapsed. However, this creative destruction also created new opportunities. The convenience and selection that streaming offered created much larger overall markets for entertainment consumption. People watched more content more frequently because access became easier and more affordable. Streaming also enabled content creators to reach global audiences without traditional distribution intermediaries. Independent filmmakers and producers could potentially access the same global platform as major studios, democratizing content distribution in unprecedented ways. The transformation demonstrated how technological innovation could rapidly reshape established industries. Companies that adapted quickly could thrive in the new environment, while those that resisted change faced obsolescence. Netflix's investment in original programming contributed to what critics and audiences called a new golden age of television. The company's willingness to fund ambitious creative projects raised quality standards across the entire industry. Traditional television networks had been constrained by advertising considerations and broadcast standards that limited creative possibilities. Netflix's subscription model freed creators from these constraints, enabling more mature, complex, and experimental programming. The company's global distribution platform made expensive productions economically viable. A single series could attract viewers in dozens of countries, justifying production budgets that would have been impossible for traditional network television. Netflix's data analytics helped identify underserved audience segments that traditional networks had ignored. This led to more diverse programming that represented different cultures, perspectives, and experiences than mainstream television had previously offered. The competition that Netflix created forced traditional networks and premium cable channels to improve their own programming quality. Everyone had to compete for the same top creative talent and viewer attention, driving up production values across the industry. Netflix also pioneered new release strategies, like simultaneous global releases and entire season drops that changed how audiences consumed serialized content. The binge-watching phenomenon became a cultural norm that influenced how other content creators structured their programming. The result was an explosion of high-quality content that gave viewers unprecedented choice and variety. However, this abundance also created new challenges like content discovery and subscription service proliferation. Netflix's success compelled traditional media companies to launch their own streaming services, fundamentally altering competitive dynamics in the entertainment industry. Companies that had been content partners became direct competitors. Disney withdrew their content from Netflix to launch Disney Plus, taking beloved movies and shows with them. Other major studios followed similar strategies, creating a fragmented streaming landscape where content was spread across multiple subscription services. This fragmentation created both opportunities and challenges for consumers. They gained access to more total content, but had to manage multiple subscriptions and navigate different platforms to find desired programming. Traditional television networks had to develop streaming capabilities quickly to remain competitive. This required massive technology investments and organizational changes for companies that had operated the same way for decades. The competition also drove innovation as each service tried to differentiate itself through exclusive content, unique features, or pricing strategies. This competitive pressure ultimately benefited consumers through better services and more content choices. However, the multiplication of streaming services also increased total costs for consumers who wanted access to content from multiple providers. Some analysts worried that streaming subscriptions might eventually cost as much as traditional cable television packages. Netflix's global expansion created unprecedented opportunities for cross-cultural content sharing and discovery. Programming from any country could potentially reach worldwide audiences, breaking down traditional barriers to international entertainment distribution. Shows like Money Heist, Dark, and Squid Game demonstrated that high-quality content could transcend language and cultural barriers when given proper global promotion and subtitles or dubbing. These successes challenged assumptions about what types of content could achieve international popularity. Netflix's investment in local content production supported creative industries in countries that had previously struggled to reach global audiences. Film and television professionals in emerging markets gained access to international distribution platforms and production resources. The company's recommendation algorithms helped viewers discover content from cultures and countries they might never have explored otherwise. This cultural exchange was facilitated by technology in ways that traditional media distribution could not achieve. However, Netflix's global influence also raised concerns about cultural homogenization and the dominance of American technology platforms in international markets. Some countries implemented regulations to ensure that local content remained available and that cultural diversity was preserved. The streaming model also changed how people consumed entertainment across different time zones and cultures. Global simultaneous releases meant that shows became worldwide cultural events that people discussed on social media regardless of their geographic location. Netflix's transformation of the entertainment industry created both significant benefits and unintended negative consequences that continue to shape how we consume media today. The positive impacts include unprecedented convenience and choice for consumers. People can watch virtually any type of content at any time on any device. This flexibility has made entertainment more accessible to people with disabilities, unusual schedules, or limited transportation options. The global reach of streaming platforms has created opportunities for diverse voices and stories that might never have found audiences through traditional distribution methods. Independent creators and underrepresented communities gained access to global platforms that were previously controlled by a small number of gatekeepers. Competition between streaming services has driven up production quality and created more employment opportunities for creative professionals. The demand for original content has supported writers, directors, actors, and technical professionals throughout the entertainment industry. However, the proliferation of streaming services has also created subscription fatigue and content fragmentation that can be frustrating and expensive for consumers. Popular shows are scattered across different platforms, forcing viewers to maintain multiple subscriptions or miss content they want to watch. The emphasis on data-driven content decisions has raised concerns about algorithmic filtering and the potential reduction of creative risk-taking. Some critics worry that data analytics might lead to formulaic programming that lacks the innovation and artistic vision of traditional creative processes. The global scale of streaming platforms has also concentrated significant cultural influence in the hands of a few large technology companies, raising questions about diversity, representation, and the future of local entertainment industries. The Netflix story is ultimately about more than just business success or technological innovation. It demonstrates how vision, persistence, and customer focus can create transformational change that affects millions of people worldwide. Netflix's transformation from a small DVD rental company to a global entertainment giant offers several crucial lessons that apply far beyond the entertainment industry. The most important lesson is the power of long-term thinking. Netflix made numerous decisions that hurt short-term profits, but created lasting competitive advantages. They invested in streaming technology before it was profitable. They borrowed billions to fund original content before knowing if it would succeed. They entered international markets before they were certain of demand. This long-term perspective required enormous courage and persistence. Wall Street analysts frequently criticized Netflix's strategy and predicted their failure. Competitors dismissed their innovations as unsustainable. Customers sometimes complained about changes that disrupted familiar patterns. Reed Hastings and his team stayed focused on their vision of the future, even when that future seemed uncertain or distant. They believed that technological trends and changing consumer preferences would eventually validate their investments, even if timing was difficult to predict. The second crucial lesson involves customer obsession. Netflix consistently prioritized customer satisfaction over short-term revenue optimization. They eliminated late fees when those fees were profitable. They invested in expensive technology infrastructure to improve streaming quality. They created recommendation systems that helped customers discover content they loved. This customer focus created loyalty that sustained Netflix through difficult periods and competitive challenges. When customers truly love a service, they become advocates who recommend it to others and forgive occasional mistakes or limitations. The third lesson concerns the importance of data-driven decision-making. Netflix transformed entertainment from an industry built on intuition and relationships to one informed by customer behavior analytics. They made content investments based on viewing patterns rather than focus groups. They optimized user interfaces based on actual usage data rather than design preferences. However, Netflix balanced data insights with creative vision. They used analytics to inform decisions but not to replace human judgment and artistic inspiration. The most successful entertainment companies combine analytical rigor with creative excellence. Netflix's story demonstrates that successful companies must continuously evolve and adapt to changing conditions. The strategies that created initial success may become obstacles to future growth if they are not updated for new circumstances. Netflix abandoned successful business models multiple times during their evolution. They shifted from DVD sales to DVD rentals when that transition made sense for customers. They moved from DVD rentals to streaming when technology made that possible. They evolved from content distributor to content creator when competitive pressures required it. Each transition involved risk and uncertainty. Netflix could have failed at any point by making poor strategic choices or executing well-conceived plans poorly. Their success was not inevitable, but resulted from making good decisions consistently over many years. The company's willingness to experiment and learn from failure was crucial for their long-term success. They tested new features constantly and abandoned ideas that did not work. They made mistakes like Quickster, but learned from those errors and avoided repeating them. This culture of intelligent experimentation enabled Netflix to adapt quickly to changing market conditions and customer preferences. Companies that become too attached to existing methods often fail to recognize when those methods have become obsolete. Netflix succeeded by understanding and anticipating customer needs, rather than simply responding to explicit requests. They recognized that customers wanted convenience, choice, and personalized recommendations, even before customers fully understood these desires themselves. This anticipatory approach required deep empathy and analytical insight. Netflix studied customer behavior patterns to identify unmet needs and future preferences. They invested in solutions before customers demanded them, creating competitive advantages that were difficult for rivals to match. The company also understood that customer needs evolve over time. What satisfied customers in 2000 was inadequate by 2010. Netflix continuously raised their service standards to exceed rising customer expectations rather than merely meeting current requirements. This proactive customer focus created sustainable competitive advantages because it was based on genuine understanding rather than superficial features. Competitors could copy Netflix's interface or pricing, but could not easily replicate the deep customer insights that informed their strategic decisions. Netflix's success story provides specific lessons that entrepreneurs and business leaders can apply to their own challenges and opportunities. First, invest in long-term competitive advantages, even when they require short-term sacrifices. Netflix technology infrastructure and content investments were expensive and risky, but created lasting differentiation that competitors struggle to match. Second, use data to inform decisions but maintain human judgment and creative vision. Analytics can reveal customer preferences and behavior patterns, but successful companies combine these insights with intuition, creativity, and strategic thinking. Third, prioritize customer satisfaction over short-term revenue optimization. Companies that truly serve customer needs create loyalty and word-of-mouth marketing that drives sustainable growth more effectively than aggressive sales tactics. Fourth, be willing to abandon successful strategies when circumstances change. Netflix's willingness to disrupt their own business models enabled them to stay ahead of technological and competitive changes that destroyed other companies. Fifth, build organizational cultures that attract exceptional talent and encourage intelligent risk-taking. Netflix's culture of freedom and responsibility enabled rapid innovation and adaptation that more bureaucratic organizations could not achieve. The principles that drove Netflix's success can be adapted for companies in any industry facing technological disruption or changing customer expectations. Start by deeply understanding your customers' evolving needs and preferences. Collect data about how they actually use your products or services, not just what they say they want. Look for patterns that reveal unmet needs or future requirements that customers may not yet recognize themselves. Invest in capabilities that will create long-term competitive advantages, even if those investments reduce short-term profits. Netflix's streaming technology and content creation capabilities required years of expensive development before generating positive returns. However, these investments created barriers that protected their market position. Build organizational cultures that support continuous learning and intelligent experimentation. Encourage employees to test new approaches and learn from failures. Create systems that capture insights from both successes and mistakes, so that knowledge accumulates over time. Develop global perspectives and capabilities, even if you currently serve only local markets. Netflix's international expansion multiplied their growth opportunities and allowed them to spread costs across larger customer bases. Companies that think globally from early stages often achieve sustainable advantages over purely domestic competitors. Focus on creating genuine value for customers rather than simply extracting short-term profits. Netflix eliminated late fees and invested in recommendation systems because these changes improved customer experiences. This customer-centric approach created loyalty that sustained them through competitive challenges. Netflix's story demonstrates that business transformation is an ongoing process rather than a single dramatic change. The company continues to evolve and adapt as new technologies and competitive challenges emerge. Today, Netflix faces new challenges from competitors like Disney+, Amazon Prime Video, and Apple TV+. Each competitor has different advantages and strategies that require Netflix to continue innovating and adapting their approach. The company is experimenting with new content formats, like interactive programming and mobile games. They are exploring different pricing models and testing advertising-supported subscription tiers. These experiments reflect their continued commitment to evolution and customer service. Netflix's international expansion continues as they enter new markets and deepen their investments in local content production. They are building production capabilities in countries around the world to create authentic local programming that can also appeal to global audiences. The company also faces new regulatory challenges as governments become more concerned about the influence of global streaming platforms on local cultures and entertainment industries. Netflix must balance global efficiency with respect for local values and requirements. These ongoing challenges remind us that successful companies cannot rest on past achievements. They must continue innovating and adapting to remain relevant and competitive in changing markets. Netflix's story provides inspiration and practical guidance for anyone facing business challenges or seeking to create positive change in their industry or organization. Begin by examining your own situation with fresh eyes. What assumptions are you making about customers, competitors, or market conditions that might no longer be accurate? What changes in technology or consumer behavior are creating new opportunities or threats that you have not fully considered? Look for ways to apply Netflix's core principles to your specific circumstances. How can you become more customer-obsessed in your decision-making? What data could you collect and analyze to better understand the people you serve? What long-term investments might create competitive advantages even if they require short-term sacrifices. Consider how you can build cultures of innovation and intelligent risk-taking within your own organization. What barriers prevent experimentation and learning? How can you encourage people to test new approaches while maintaining accountability for results? Think globally about your opportunities and challenges. How might technological changes or shifting customer preferences create possibilities for expansion or new service offerings? What can you learn from successful companies in other industries or geographic markets? Remember that transformation requires persistence and patience. Netflix's evolution took over 2 decades and involved numerous setbacks and course corrections. Sustainable change happens gradually through consistent effort rather than dramatic overnight shifts. Start with small experiments that test your assumptions and provide learning opportunities. Netflix began their streaming journey by offering it as a free addition to DVD subscriptions. They started content creation with smaller projects before investing hundreds of millions in original programming. Most importantly, maintain focus on creating genuine value for the people you serve. Netflix succeeded because they consistently made customers' lives better through greater convenience, better recommendations, and more entertaining content. Companies that focus on serving others rather than just maximizing profits often achieve both objectives more effectively. Netflix's transformation story continues to unfold as new technologies, competitors, and customer preferences emerge. The company that revolutionized entertainment delivery must continue evolving to remain relevant and successful. Similarly, every organization and individual faces the ongoing challenge of adaptation and growth. The principles that enabled Netflix's success provide a framework for approaching these challenges, but each situation requires unique solutions and strategies. The future belongs to companies and leaders who combine vision with execution, data with creativity, and customer focus with operational excellence. Netflix demonstrated that small companies can compete with industry giants when they understand customer needs better and execute more effectively. Their story also shows that success requires continuous learning and adaptation. The strategies that work today may become obstacles tomorrow if they are not updated for changing conditions. Companies must be willing to disrupt themselves before others disrupt them. The Netflix transformation offers hope and guidance for anyone seeking to create positive change. Whether you are leading a large corporation, starting a new venture, or trying to improve an existing organization, the principles of customer obsession, data-driven decision-making, long-term thinking, and continuous innovation can help you achieve extraordinary results. The entertainment industry will never be the same because of Netflix's innovations. What industry or challenge will you transform through similar dedication to serving others and never stopping your pursuit of better solutions? The next chapter of business transformation is waiting to be written. The question is not whether change will come, but whether you will be the one leading it or following others who dare to imagine and create better futures. Netflix proved that with vision, persistence, and customer focus, small companies can reshape entire industries. Their story reminds us that the most important transformations often begin with simple ideas, executed exceptionally well over long periods of time. The tools and principles that enabled Netflix's success are available to anyone willing to study, learn, and apply them consistently. The only remaining question is what you will do with these insights to create positive change in your own sphere of influence. Your transformation story begins today. What will your next chapter look like?